Hello there and welcome to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy here in Taruba for semi-final number 2 of the POWERGEN Secondary Schools Cricket League semi-final. It is the T20 competition, T20 Intercol competition, and it features Fatima College against Presentation College Chaguanas. Well, it's a case of the presentation teams hoping to meet in the finals because with just 3 teams remaining in the competition, Presentation College San Fernando qualifying for the final just yesterday right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. They qualified after beating the defending champions, the 3-time defending champions, Hillview College, by 10 runs. They are into the final and they will face the winner here. So the dream of an all-presentation final certainly is very much alive, and standing in the way of that right now is Fatima College, the former T20 winners. They did so some years ago at the National Cricket Centre. I'm Vidya Ramphal here for Cricket 360. Great to be back on the 360 fold and ready here to see what's happening in this particular match. It features 2 very interesting teams, 2 teams that have a great history in terms of their contributions at secondary schools level, Fatima College and Presentation College Chaguanas, and these 2 teams also have a very fierce rivalry. And Justin Jagisar, the captain of the Presentation College team, well, he called right and he has decided to insert the opposition, so Fatima College will be batting first. Jagisar himself returning after missing the last 5 weeks through injury. Jagisar suffering an injury to his right knee, and he will be back. It's a huge fillip for Presentation College Chaguanas as they have returned here. Now, so the news of the toss, as I've intimated there, is that Presentation College Chaguanas have won the toss and they have put Fatima College into bat. There's part of the Fatima College, well, not actually part of the team, but some of the, shall we call them, ball boys. They do exist for football. The 2 umpires and the umpire signaling at the moment, that's Christopher Leonard, and he is assisted today. The other umpire out there, you can see him just on the right side of your picture, that's Hansraj Das. Tell you what, we haven't seen much of these 2 umpires. They are still very young in their umpiring careers. Just trying to get the signals right because the start time was due to be at 6:20, I believe it is, so we're just 6:10 in fact. Just a small delay as we're starting just a few minutes late here because of rain. As you know, Trinidad and Tobago under a deluge, and so here we see the 2 openers for Fatima College, and they are Aditya Ramdeen, who has had some runs in this competition already, and with him is Isaiah Fernandez. So Ramdeen and Fernandez are making their way out there right now. Ramdeen is the older of the 2 brothers playing here today. The other in the Fatima team is Varisht Ramdeen. He wears number 72 on his back. As for the Presentation College team, it looks like it's going to be Luke Alley to open the bowling for them. Luke Alley played for Trinidad and Tobago at under 17 level last year, and tell you what, he's still only 16 years of age. He has a larger beard than I will ever have, I can tell you. He's still going to be playing under 17, I understand, this year. So he played under 17 level at just around the age 15 last year, and he's a big guy for a 15-year-old. I was walking past him earlier and he towers over me. Not that I set the bar very high. So it's Ramdeen. So it's going to be the opening partnership will be Aditya Ramdeen and Isaiah Fernandez, who is also out there with him. And the umpire signaling once again. He's about ready to start, and let's see. It's going to be Fernandez to take the first delivery from... well, it's not Luke Alley, in fact. Luke Alley was warming up, but I think maybe a last-minute change here. And it's going to be the left-arm pacer. That is Zachary Madre, who will be bowling for Presentation College. So, Zachary Madre, and as I will tell you a little bit about as the game progresses, they have quite a varied bowling attack, the Presentation College team. In fact, far more varied than you'll see from Fatima College when they come out to bowl. But for the moment, here's Zachary Madre, the left-arm medium pacer. And he'll be coming over the wicket, and he'll be bowling to Fernandez. Very important that Fatima College have to get a good start here, and that their top-order batters who have created so many fine partnerships will get some runs. Nice shot to start off. There's a deep cover in place. Just going to be one. The field, in case you're wondering, is not out to the full extent as you would see for CPL matches or, let's say, first-class matches. But still pretty ominous if you're a youngster batting at age 16 or 17. Don't think we'll see too many balls flying over the boundaries here. It is a T20 competition. The fans love to see that. And this youngster who in your picture now, Zachary Madre, just wanting a field change. He's asked that man at deep cover to come into a mid-wicket position for the left-handed Ramdeen. Ramdeen settling in his stance. Looks very nice and relaxed as he's about to face up to from Madre. Swarming in on that leg stump, beating the fielder in the infield, and that's going to run away for 4. Slowing up a little bit, but it's going to get to the ropes. First boundary of the game, and Fatima College are off and running. It's 5 without loss. Not a half volley by many means, but put away nicely. Well, that was an unorthodox looking shot. Not sure if he misjudged the length there. I think he did, in fact, misjudge the length. Yeah, he was looking for the pull shot and has rehearsed the shot, as you can see there. But that certainly wasn't short enough for the pull shot. Just a little bit shorter than the last delivery, tucked away. And that was an ugly looking shot there. Luckily, he didn't get any bat on it. Came off the thigh and well stopped at first slip. Moral victory for the bowler as he heads in again. That was shorter, and that's pulled away with some authority, and that's going to run away for the second boundary of the over. Exactly the start that Fatima College wanted. 2 boundaries in the first 4 deliveries. Played that beautifully, swiveled nicely on the front foot, and really guided that into the gap there. There's a big gap between mid-wicket and the mid-on position. And Madre will have to learn very quickly here that this youngster Ramdeen is very strong on the leg side. First slip has gone back to almost a third-man position, a short third-man position now. Madre continuing over. Well, that's... he really does favor the leg side, doesn't he, Ramdeen? Looking to pull that one from way outside the off stump. Certainly the best he could have done there was get a top edge over the third-man region, but really more of a cut shot he should have employed for that one. Still, good start here for Fatima College. It's a 20-over match. Fatima College getting through Naparima College to make it to this final, beating Naparima College by 34 runs. Dab down to the offside. Easy run. Ramdeen will hold the strike at the end of the first over. Fatima College off and running, 10 without loss. Correction, there will be an extra ball here. So the right-hander back on strike. That's Fernandez. He's on 1 already. He's gotten a mixed bag here from Madre so far. Justin Jagisar might have a quick word with his bowler after the over. He has to keep it offside to the left-handed Ramdeen. Yeah, just hurried up the batsman a little bit. Certainly looked a little bit not very comfortable with the ball, looking to drop in a bit short. Didn't handle it all together at the end of the first over, 10 without loss. Well, they've walked with their lunches, haven't they? Looks pretty good. A mixture of fast food and some food bought in the brown bag. Some prepared, some didn't. It's going to be a pretty tough battle here. Which team is more prepared for this one? The punters have gone with Presentation College Chaguanas for this one because they seem to have a more varied attack. Just to develop on that a little bit, Presentation College outside of the right arm pacers Furlong and Primchand, they also have Luke Alley as well as the left arm pacer Alex Chase. Correction, Alex Chase. Madre is the left arm orthodox, so apologies for that. It does appear that we will have spin early on here, so we'll identify the bowler for you in a moment. Quickish outside the off stump there. Just looking to play that, punch that through the offside. And certainly Ramdeen's very strong through the leg side. There's a deep mid-wicket in place for him. But less accomplished, if one may put it that way, on the offside. Who said he's less accomplished? Who said that? Drives it beautifully through the covers for four. It was full, and he really got the full extent of the bat behind that and drove it away beautifully. Adjusted well, realizes the bowlers are going to target his off stump now. And that was up in the slot. And just a nice looking, elegant push into the offside for four. Third boundary for Ramdeen. And they are leaking some oil here early. Presentation College Chaguanas. Straight to the man at that backward point position. With the off spinner operating outside of the off stump, there is that slip in place. They're gone for the quick single, and that's well run there by Ramdeen. Pushed it through, saw that the man was back on his heels, got there pretty quickly in the end. Comfortable single, 11 without loss. Presentation College, San Fernando beating Hillview by 10 runs last night. In case you missed it, the scores in that game: Presentation San Fernando 122 for 7. Hillview College 112 for 5, falling behind late in that game. And the spinners doing the business for Presentation College. San Fernando really slowed down things, and Hillview unable to catch up and get the victory. That's nicely played. Into the gap. They get one. Maybe there could have been a bit more urgency there. He pushed it nicely into the gap. And once you beat that mid-wicket fielder, it was to the left of the man at deep mid-wicket. So they really should have pushed for two. All part of the learning process for these youngsters. Run rate up to 9 already here for Fatima College. This is looking very, very promising for them. Well, that's a quick one. Oh, the umpire stepping away, and they've gone for the overthrows. I think they thought they had their man, And there could be a run out of the bowler's end. Doesn't happen. So everything happened there. I think they swore that they had him out. Even the batsman seemed to feel that he was out. That certainly looked very, very close indeed. Second over has come to an end, and Fatima College are 18 without loss at the end of 2 overs. Good time to say hello and welcome to Vinod Mamchan, who has a spanking new hairstyle.
Good afternoon, Vidya. You know, it was so nice to hear you coming down in the car. You open the broadcast. Yeah, Vidya, it's so nice to hear you. You know, coming in the car, and as you open the broadcast, I think my son Liam was very excited to hear your voice.
Oh, he was.
He said,
well,
wow,
I'll tell you what, I'm not excited to face him in the nets at all, because he's been in some awesome form, hasn't he?
Yes, he has been in good form. Unable to take Naprima into the knockout stages, well, actually,
not for the lack of trying. 3 wickets in that quarterfinal.
Batting was the bugbear for Naps. So at the moment, Fatima making a good start, 18 without loss.
Chase to continue. And just stabs that one. That's gone past into that point region, into the backward point boundary for 4. Another boundary here. And Chase really has struggled here. Left arm pacer Chase. That one wasn't a bad delivery at all, but certainly the batsman getting enough on it to guide it past the backward point and down to the boundary for 4. Still very much we are in the early overs here, in the power play overs, and just take a look at this shot. Yeah, it just seemed hurried. I think the ball maybe not quite as, maybe keeping a little bit lower than he expected. Fernandez will pick up another run here. So he started well. And with the wetness in the surface here, Vinod, perhaps the ball just shooting a little bit, keeping a little bit low on the youngsters here.
Yeah, it'll tend to skid on with the added moisture. You can look at the track, and you can tell there is moisture in there, of course, with the rain about south for the entire day. The covers were on. So in addition to rain falling on the outside, yes, the covers will protect the wicket, but there will be some level of sweating, and then again the covers could not have come off an hour or two before, where you have the normal process of the pitch drying out. So that would lead to the ball skidding along, and then again Chase is not the tallest of fast bowlers
on the pad, but that one going down the leg side. Yeah, he's one of those. He's trying to execute a roly-poly there with the ball just outside of your picture. I'm sure he plays some football. Presentation College Chaguanas producing some pretty good footballers over the year, but they've been known more for their cricketers.
Yeah, Dilanath Ramnarayan comes to mind. Suruj Raghunat, another Amit Chaganat. Just a few.
Oh, that's beautifully hit. That might go to the boundary for 4. There's a sweeper out there, and that beat him to his left. That's the shot of the match so far. That's elegantly stroked away for a boundary.
Yeah, you can see Ramdeen just coming onto the front foot, not trying to overhit it. I think he was very aware of the fielders on the offside. It was a bit uppish, but in the gap, and that's 4.
Yeah, he got 57 against Couva East, Ramdeen, in the earlier round, and then got 27 against Naparima. Didn't get a huge score against Naparima. One Liam Mamchan, as we've intimated, kept them down well, but Naparima falling short with the bat, as you pointed out. Nicely played again. And places it into the gap and picks up the single. It was a good delivery and still manages to score. And this is what you want to see from the youngsters. Certainly we didn't see that from Hillview last night.
Yeah, you want to see rotation of strike. You want these youngsters to understand that although it's a 20-over game, there is value in rotating the strike. You can't hit everything away. Good to see Justin Jagisa back in action. He has been injured, and I think this might be his first competitive match of the season.
Yeah, it is. He's been out missed the last 5 weeks due to a right knee injury. He certainly, I have to tell you, I mean, I haven't seen him for a while. Has slimmed down a bit, hasn't he?
Yeah, quite a bit. It's a pity the same. I can't say the same about his dad, but he has slimmed down. Kevin Jack is a good friend of mine.
Well, he has to be if you're going to say that about him on air. After 3 overs, Fatima College have started off in a really great way here. 28 without loss, 9.3 per over.
Yeah, you can see the crowd coming in. You know, I just pulled up in the car park, and it's the more popular side of the car park, which is the right-hand side. It's half filled.
Yes, it is. It is. Quite a few players out there. And just to tell you how they got to the finals here, Pres Chaguanas defeating St. Mary's in the last game by 5 runs. Before that, they had an absolutely they whitewashed Trinity East, beat them by 134 runs. For Fatima College, they got past Couva East by 45 runs and then beat Naparima by 34. And Liam is right beside me, and is that a tear on his cheek, I think? I'm sure he's gotten over it already.
Well, you know, just now we were speaking about the wonderful players who have come through the ranks at the Presentation College Chaguanas, and National Under 19 coach Budesh Duki has just messaged me, and he sent a message. Don't forget Adrian Barrett.
Yes, Adrian Barrett, of course. Perhaps the last test player out of Presentation College Chaguanas. Jaden Seals, in fact, correction. Nicely played next delivery, but straight to the fielder. Luke Alley's there. Yeah, Jaden Seals was the last one to come out of Presentation. So they still are churning out these test players.
Yeah, and even at the youth level, national players. You have Justin Jagisai is going on to the West Indies youth team as well. And you have Luke Alley, who just fielded the ball there a little while ago. All these guys are in the North-South Classic, of which your good friend Ian Wason so famously has called it already.
Yes, Ian has called it for North already, but cricket is not played on paper, is it? Tossed up, full toss, and that's pulled away, 4 runs. It was there just asking to be hit. There was a mid-wicket in place, and it was just his right, but he hit that so powerfully that before he could actually move, the ball was already gone.
Yeah, full pitch delivery, and he just had to pick his spot.
And so I know some people might think the fielder could have done better, but that pitch just in front of him, it was just that awkward length, wasn't it?
And we spoke about the ball skidding on the turf. What about the outfield? The outfield, of course, with the grass, will keep the moisture. It's not covered. So the ball will just be skidding all over the place. Being a cricketer this evening is a difficult thing.
Off the pad this time, stifled appeal, but that was heading down the leg side. The keeper would have been taking that maybe 2 stumps along after the leg stump. Yeah, it's very difficult for the fielders out there because it's almost like trying to stop a bar of soap flying past you. Oh, that was a missed chance. He was coming down the track. That's going to run away for 4 runs. But that was a stumping chance gone a-begging there. And Presentation College need a wicket here, and that certainly was the opportunity.
Yeah, down the leg side, and he could have gotten beaten. And that one just, the wicketkeeper on that occasion, video came up too quickly. He did not stay down. And speaking about wicketkeepers, Ronnie Bikram Das, one of our senior producers who is currently in Antigua, a very good friend of yours, he has also sent a message that we can't forget Dinesh Ramdin and Ravi Rampal.
That's right.
I think we can't forget Ronnie Bikram Das as well. He went there. At least I hope so.
And that's, well, it's half stopped, but they will get the single all the same. Yeah, a lot of players. I'm sure if we tried to mention all of the players who came out of that Presentation College teams over the past to go on to West Indies, it would take a very long time. It'll cover the entire broadcast. 37 without loss after 4. Well, Fatima College, and as we talk about history and the great players produced, the man whose stadium this is named after is from Fatima College. Don't forget that. So they may have the edge there. Brian Lara, of course, went to Fatima College and was part of their team that won the league title. In fact, before Fatima College won the league title just a few seasons back, Brian Lara was actually on the team they last won it. So a space of almost 30 years, Fatima College led to victory under the stewardship of Miguel Patti, who is still coaching the team. Miguel Patti in his 23rd year with the team. Just to mention the coaches, Miguel Patti, as I mentioned, and Kelman Kaulesa he'll be coaching. He is coaching at the Presentation College. He's coaching the Presentation College team. Full pitch, and that's going to go all the way for 6 runs. Much too short. Well, I didn't get into that well. The boundaries are up. Didn't matter. That would have carried for 6 runs in most of the grounds around the world. Ramdean is on 32. Is he out this time? Well, the umpire says not out. That one looked pretty close. Let's take a look. I think that one was going down the leg side. Good decision by umpire Leonard. That one certainly turning down the leg side. Chancing is on there a little bit, Ramdean. And you can see where he was aiming at. There is a mid-on in place. There's a mid-wicket. And there is a mid-off in place. He was trying to get that one between both of those players. Won't get a single this time. So Ramdean has done the bulk of the scoring. 32 he has already. Fernandez has only faced 5 deliveries. He's on 7. And after that 6 first ball, short delivery. It's been a good recovery here. It's gone for it again. This could carry to the fielder. Doesn't. Too short. And really landed there in no man's land. Fatima still going on at 9 runs and over. 1 ball remaining in the 5th over.
Yeah, well, they've really enjoyed the power play video. I mean, 1 over again to go in the power play. And they've maximized. Normally, in the power play, in a 20 over game, you want 45 to 55 runs. You're willing to give a wicket or probably 2. So I think that they've done really well, having not lost a wicket. And they're up to 44 with still 1 over and a ball to go in the power play.
Straight to the fielder, no run this time. Fatima got 166 for 4 against Couva East in their first game. And 109 for 6 against Naparima College. End of the 5th over. At the end of it, Fatima College are 44 without loss. And perhaps we were talking about former players from Presentation College. Well, there's one that played for Fatima College.
Yes, Brian Lara. He had an idea, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, certainly. And, you know, it's always very interesting to see to come to these youth games to see what could be of the future. And Brian Lara, when he was at this level, he was already earmarked as a star. He was that special, wasn't he? Yeah,
he was that special. You know, the other player that comes to mind was Adrian Barrett.
That's right.
At the youth level. Kirsten Kalicharan, who had that 400. And would you believe Stephen Katwaru?
Evan Lewis also scored heavily at secondary schools level, yes. But Lara is the one who's really gone on to really make it big on the international scene. Just yesterday, the Lara Tendulkar gates were opened at the SCG.
Yeah,
that was certainly a great tribute to those two batters.
Oh, yeah, wonderful indeed. Did you see Tendulkar's average at the SCG?
Yes, 154. How can you do that? That's uber Bradman-esque. That's 4. That's 4. Full on the leg side, lifted it over mid-wicket and a boundary. They certainly are working to a plan here, Vinod. They have that short mid-wicket in place. They have the feeling that this young man, Aditya Ramdeen, certainly has a tendency to put the ball in the air. He did lift it there, but it was well over mid-wicket, and that went down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, so that it was a bit too close to him, and all he had to do was to help it through the onside, which he did.
Snami goes for the sweep shot, and that's also going to run away. And Ramdeen is playing a real blinder here for Fatima College, and that will be the 50 up for Fatima College of 5.2 overs. This is ominous here for Presentation College Chaguanas.
Yeah, trying to overcompensate. He went wide, and Ramdeen was able to still work that away nicely through backward square for 4. So Ramdeen, it's all about confidence with young Ramdeen. He goes on now to 41.
41 had 57 as mentioned against Kuva and 27 against Naparima. And looks like if he continues in this fashion, he's going to pass all of that very quickly. Presentation College need to get rid of him. They had the chance in the last over, but the stumping chance went a-begging. Swept away. Was this going to carry to the fielder? That's gone all the way. Second 6. Nothing the fielder could have done about that. And the run rate has climbed and skyrocketed here. Almost as high as that ball went. The run rate is now 10.55. 14 runs off the first 3 balls here. And Ramdeen is 3 runs away from a 50, Vinod Mamchan.
Yeah, he's been absolutely magnificent, Ramdeen. I think he has really given Fatima the advantage early on. From this point onwards, it'll always be a situation with the Presentation having to fight back.
Oh, that was quicker outside the off stump. And almost like a medium pacer that time. He's dispensed with all pretense of spin right now. He's just pushing it through.
Yeah, that one actually raced through to the keeper. I think that was one of the deliveries that slid on. Pretty long run for a spinner. Even Bumrah doesn't have a run as long as that.
On drive, hit nicely. Almost took out Fernandez at the other end. And Fernandez, as we mentioned, hasn't faced many deliveries. This is only going to be the 7th deliveries faced in the entire innings so far. Ramdeen has been so utterly dominant in this innings in so many ways.
Yeah, Fernandez, who opens the batting for North in the Interzone under 19 competition. He's by no means a dasher, Fernandez. So I think all he will want to do is to just rotate the strike. The bad balls will come along. It's a difficult task. You know, kudos to the ground staff here. And of course, this facility, I think, is really up to standard in terms of the drainage.
Well, that's nicely hit by Fernandez. Won't get the single. Fielder was across to it very quickly. And what an expensive over this has been. 15 runs in the over. And there were still quite a few dot balls in it. After 6 overs and the end of the power play, Fatima 59 without loss.
You can see the young man in the grey there. He's getting some company. He probably came to the cricket with his dogs. But he plays for St. Benedict's College. Chris Sadanan had a good season in the league.
Yeah, his name was prominent in the figures all the way through, wasn't it?
So he's at the ripe old age of 21.
21, yeah. So where do we go from here? Fatima 59 without loss. Certainly they'll be eyeing a total well over 100 here. The rate they're going, well, they're looking at 180 plus.
Yeah, and then you have Davis and Siwa to come.
Yeah, that's right. And that triumvirate, they've been responsible for the majority of the runs for Fatima this season, and this has been their strength. They don't have much a varied bowling attack. A lot of right arm medium pacers and 3 or 4 off spinners, but not a lot of wrist spinners in there. None, in fact.
Ramdeen just looking to paddle this. You can see Ramdeen looking down to the dugout. He's taking instructions from the dugout.
And that's played nicely. That's going to run down towards the boundary. A chase on here. And just hauled in about 5 to 10 meters from the boundary. And they still get 2. But that was nicely played. We've seen some big shots from him, but that was a nice, deft cutaway for 2. Well, you talked about the dugout just now, Vinod. Kelman Caldesa, son of Lalman Caldesa, of course, in the dugout for Presentation College, and he's under pressure. It's his first year as coach with Presentation. Remember, his father would have been the coach for so many years during Presentation Chaguanas' heyday. Another nicely played shot for 1.
I want to say good evening to South's newest coach, Anil Lakan. He's the coach of South on Friday.
That's for the under-19 competition.
Under-19 Classic.
And
They brought a classic man to coach South.
and he's here to scout the talent in North, I'm sure. Wonder how he's going to contain this youngster out there, if he's involved.
Well, I did see the South team.
Oh, that looks close. That looks close. That's gone. And they've gotten Fernandez finally.
Yep. So Fernandez goes, playing tentatively back. And Fernandez's role really was just to get the strike for Ramdeen. And I think that is exactly what he was trying to do. He was just trying to play it away to get that single. Never looked confident at all tonight. There he is. He's on the back foot. And yeah, that's gone. I think that's as dead as a doorknob.
I think he'll have too many complaints about that one. If he looks back at that, Ramdeen in the meanwhile bringing up his 50. Fernandez gone for 7, and that is the first wicket. Certainly what Fatima College would not have wanted, but that's exactly what Presentation College would have wanted to get that first wicket.
He did his job, Fernandez. He stayed with Ramdeen, and any opener who can forge a half-century opening stand, any openers who can do that, they would have done their job. I think they would have. Fernandez didn't set the place alight. He didn't have any of the cars stopping on the highway close to this ground to look in. But what he did, he stayed with Ramdeen and he's put his team in a very, very comfortable position at this point in time.
Yeah, it's about learning at this point for him. Of course, if he has aspirations of playing at the higher level, he has to learn to adapt his game to all the different formats. And just 7 runs for Fernandez here. Davis is the new batsman. And young Davis has had a good season also. The grandson of former West Indies opener, Brian Davis, of course.
Yep, and the son of Gregory Davis, who would have played a couple matches for Trinidad and Tobago as well. He's the North coach.
Won't get off the mark here. That's fielded by Jagisar. If you haven't seen him in a while, yes, that is Justin Jagisar. Has lost some weight there, and during that injury process, players tend to put on weight during the injury, so credit to him. He hasn't exactly done that. After 7 overs, Fatima 62 for 1. What a start here by Fatima College. 62 for 1 after 7 overs. Just losing the wicket of Isaiah Fernandez, LBW for 7 in the last over. Ramdeen has been the real story here. 51 he is already. Joshua Davis just facing the 1 ball so far. But just maybe a little bit puzzled. Yes, they did go with Fernandez did open during the league competition. And perhaps credit here to Miguel Patti, the coach, sticking with going the developmental route, sticking with Fernandez, allowing him to learn to play this side of his game, or develop this side of his game.
Yeah, you know, it's about confidence as well. And Fernandez has done enough to be in the North setup. I saw him against South, and he did provide some sort of resistance when South were really doing well against them. Got 37 odd, I believe, but there is something to work with. Patti is one of those, you know. Patti looks at the bigger picture, all the time, and you know, he has done a great job at Fatima College, Miguel Patti.
Wrist spinner now on here for the Presentation College team. They have 2 leg break bowlers, Rajesh Miraj and Thomas Walsh. This, I believe, would be Miraj in action here. Rajesh Miraj. Oh, gave that some air. Fielder out there. He should cut that off. And Ali is a more than competent fielder. Made that, sent that in very, very quickly indeed. So Fatima College, 63 for 1. Vinod Mamchan has left us for the moment. And that is the 50 for Aditya Ramdeen. Congratulations to the youngster. And that was a very full delivery. And it is a no ball. You can see the umpire signaling there. It is a no ball. It was over the waist height. So this is going to be a free hit here. And now they can adjust the field because it's a new batsman. It's Joshua Davis on strike. And let's see what they got cooking here. Oh, he's gone for a big one. It's hit the stumps, but they won't go for the run. And I think they decided to go the fair route here. Yes, it did hit the stumps. He's not out, by the way. That's because it was a free hit. And Davis survives. And a good time to say hello and welcome to Anil Lakan. What a start here from Fatima College.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. Aditya Ramdeen really coming to the party here early in the power play, really taking apart those presentation bowlers, sorry.
That one was turning across Davis, got the front foot out there. He's not the tallest of batters, young Joshua Davis, but stifled appeal. That's certainly landing outside of the leg stump that time. And young Miraj has had a good tournament himself. See what he can do here to stem the tide. Full toss straight to the fielder. That was coming at him with some speed. Tell you what, the national under-17 player Luke Ali did well to get behind that one.
Yeah, that was traveling like a trace of bullet there to Luke Ali, but what he did really well was get his body behind the ball and ensure that it didn't elude him.
Miraj, full toss again. It's the 3rd full toss he has produced in the over. 2 of them. One has gone straight to the fielder, this one for a single. The first one going away for a couple here. That was called a no ball, but he hasn't quite gotten to grips with it here, literally, because it's going to be very difficult for the wrist spinner in these conditions here.
Well, I'm very surprised with you that the presentation team has not asked for a change of ball just yet.
Hit uppishly, not going to carry though. One bounce to the fielder. Some on the field felt he could have made a better fist of it, but from where we're sitting, that certainly was going to drop well short of him. He did well there. After 8 overs, Fatima College are 66 for 1. And this is just 4 runs in the over, 4 full tosses, and just 4 runs scored. Kelman Kalas.
So we are seeing Coach Kelman Collins, painting a pensive look here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. At this time, Fatima College definitely on their way to scoring a formidable total, and it will take a really gallant effort from this presentation outfit to really claw themselves back into this contest.
Did ask him, Kelman Kalasa, before the match if he felt his team had the slight edge in terms of the bowling, and he agreed. He felt so. Nice looking on drive. That's just going to be one. And mainly because he felt that they have a variety of bowlers who would do well. They have two leg break bowlers in Mirage and Walsh, the off spinner in Ramon Sao, left arm orthodox Zachary Madre, and they have three right arm medium pacers and a left armer. A lot of options for Justin Jagisar, but it hasn't proven to be an advantage so far. Spectators catch, was that? Yes, it was. The crowd was celebrating, but that one hit hard into the ground.
Well, as the skipper of the presentation team video, I'd be well tempted to go with Roman Sao, bring him back as quickly as possible, with Aditya Ramdin really running right.
Oh, that one, he just played that fine. That's going to run away. Close to the boundary here. Nice stop. Very well done. Nice sliding stop. It's not the easiest one to execute because you're running directly behind the ball. It's always easier to cut off when you're running at an angle to the ball, but that time did very well to pull that back.
Yeah, use every inch of his reach there to ensure that that ball didn't go into the boundary. So excellent feeling.
Ramdin has been off the strike here. He's been very hot in terms of his run scoring. Can he continue here? Bit too wide, and called as such by umpire Leonard. Yeah, easy call for the umpire. They've learned very quickly they have to keep it outside the off stump to Ramdin, but that's not that wide.
Yeah, just need to be hovering around that 4th, 5th stump line there.
Flick that away, just away from the fielder. Just one this time.
And it's evident video that once you bowl straight to Aditya Ramdin, he's got those subtle wrist that he's just able to shovel that ball onto the leg side, you know, very, very effectively indeed.
Yeah, well, we were talking about that, Vinod and I, about the youngsters understanding the need to rotate the strike well at this level. Thought about the run there, Davis. Had to scurry back to his crease. And it was something that the former Fatima player, whose name is on this stadium, by the way, was very good at.
Indeed. He had the distinction of being able to play 7 shots before the ball even delivered.
Yeah, he was capable of doing that, wasn't he? Swept away, into the gap. Fielders coming across, and neither could get to it. Oh my, that's not good. 2 players down.
Yeah, and a collision there on the mid-wicket boundary. It doesn't seem so good at this stage. The coach is running around there, but lovely slog sweep there from Joshua Davis, bisecting both the deep mid-wicket and the backward square. Absolutely no communication whatsoever, and they just ran into each other. It's a head collision, and the medics are out there trying to make an assessment, but look at it again. Absolutely no communication. Both players going hell hard, trying to affect that stop there.
I tell you what, I think Alex Chase got hit in the neck, side of the head there. It looks like knee to the side of the head. Now the player who he collided with, Alex Chase, was the man coming from the left side of your picture. He's come out the worst here, but he's back on his feet, I believe. Where is he? He's in there somewhere. Yeah, there he is, just walking out of your picture, and I think they're going to bring the 12th man on at the moment for Presentation College here.
Well, it's important for the umpire at this stage as well to do that concussion test as well, to ensure that, you know, he's fully aware of his surroundings and exactly what's taking place as well.
And the umpire is in fact talking to him right now, and of course the concussion test, very simple questions they tend to ask you, things like Kelman Kalesa also there. I think that's some ice he's also brought along, and Chase is limping off. He may have also jarred his knee on the surface as he fell. You can see the mud or the wetness on his left knee. A few of the other players just inquiring. Concussion test, they would ask simple questions. What stadium are you at? Which team are you playing against? Now, for some players, if you've ever suffered a concussion, it's very difficult to answer those questions.
Yeah, sometimes the severity of the impact of the lash, could have a severe impact in terms of their thinking, where they are, and more often than not, they're out of breath when they do engage in that kind of collision. So luckily at this stage here, Alexander Chase, he's moving around, doesn't seem to be, too much aware of what's taking place. He's just being guided into the dugout, and I'm sure the physio, the medical staff, they will definitely be doing another assessment, while he is in the dugout. But knowing the character in Alexander Chase, he will, as much as possible, want to get back onto the park as quickly as possible, once cleared by the umpires to do so.
Yes, that's right. The umpire is making a signal out there. I think he's signaling for some water. Perhaps, yes, it is very humid out there. Despite all of the rain today, it certainly was very humid. You were sweating coming up the elevator, I think it was, Anil? You were.
But it has been very, very humid indeed.
Yes, it certainly has been. 76 for 1, 10 runs off that last over. And this is getting away from Presentation College here. Another full toss here from the leg spinner. Hasn't really settled here at all. There could be a run out. Yes, he's got him. And Ramdean is gone. That is exactly what they wanted. Presentation College, the danger man is gone.
And an excellent piece of fielding here. Rifling that throw just above the bails there. And all the wicketkeeper had to do was just remove them. And what impact this dismissal is going to have on the Fatima innings will just be left to be seen here. Running in, and in one motion, rifled that return into the keeper's mitt. And he had the bails off in a flash. But what a moment in this time of the game.
Yeah, that was good fielding. Now, Chase, remember, was in that position earlier. He was removed from that position. He's off the field now. I'm not sure if that was, in fact, the substitute who came in. So, an inspired substitution, they might be saying, if this were the Premier League.
But it definitely was an inspired piece of fielding to make a difference.
Yes. And what was good about the throw, it wasn't one of those high looping throws. It was flat, it was direct, it came, it was thrown beautifully right. The keeper didn't have to do much. Just collect, take the bails off.
Yeah, so excellent piece of fielding, and how much an impact that piece of fielding is going to impact the Fatima innings is just left to be seen here, Vidya.
Yeah, that's going to have a big impact, because when Ramdean was there, now the scoring rate has dropped to 8.4, and we talked about Fernandez's role. He didn't occupy a lot of deliveries. He got 7 of 7 deliveries, I believe it was. He was able to at least pick up the singles off every ball or so. He allowed Ramdean to get the strike. Now, Davis has gotten 8 of 9. He's done his job also. But did they have to go for that second run?
Well,
it had gone straight to the fielder.
So it brings out the likes of the very aggressive Zachary Siwa, and we know how destructive Zachary Siwa can be. If the Presentation outfit could now chip away of the wickets of both Joshua Davis and Zachary Siwa, possibly in the next 2 to 3 overs, Vidya, 77 for 2, 110 for 6. You always add two wickets to what the score is, and then that possibly give you a clearer picture of where we are at this stage.
So Fatima College were going along very well. After 6 overs, they were 59 without loss. They were just under 10 and over. Scoring rate has plummeted down to 8.4. That's pretty good. So at this rate, if it stays like this, they will get to 160, which it at this level of cricket could be a winning score. So they can still get to a winning score here. But how will the other players respond?
Well, I must admit that I'm very, very surprised indeed that the coach of the Fatima team, have taken the opportunity to send the likes of Zachary Siwa with 11 overs still to bat. You would have thought that you would have want to give the likes of Zachary Siwa maybe 7 or 8 overs where he could really express himself.
That finisher role.
Yeah, that finisher role. So I'm a bit surprised that he's out there, but I guess the team has a plan and they know exactly how they want to go about things from now into the back end of the innings.
Yeah, well, Davis is not a dasher by any means. He's going to bat well and bat brilliantly, but Siwa is going to fill that role that the man who's gone, Ramdeen, was performing well, which is to really take the attack to this presentation College Chaguanas team. Another run there, and like the look of young Davis already.
Yeah, he's a talented player indeed, but he needs to keep producing the goods on a consistent basis. You get scores in between, but he has to have that level of consistency going forward in his career.
This is Walsh to continue here. That's faster, and yeah, there was some bat involved in that. May have come off the pad also. They still get the single here.
So Walsh has the ability to bowl the leg spinner as well as the googly. So to Zachary Siwa, it's an excellent option at this stage of the innings.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the left-handed Siwa is on strike now. How is he going to approach this here? Because he wants to get on with it. You know that. But he has to play himself in here, take a few deliveries here to fill that role that Ramdeen would have performed. That's better. In the V, keep it in the V early, pick up those singles.
Yeah, so just punching that ball down to long off there. Zachary Siwa just possibly trying to give himself a bit of time to get a piece of the pitch, and more importantly, try to build that partnership that could possibly take this game away from the presentation outfit.
Another full toss from Walsh, and that's driven well. Can the fielder cut it off? No, he can't. That was hit beautifully by Davis, and you could have seen as he drove that one, the bat slightly open, and you could see the ball curving away from the fielder. As it pitched there, just sort of took a gentle arc away from the fielder, and if he thought at some point he had a chance, it was all gone after that.
Well, excellent batting from Joshua Davis. At the point of contact, you could have seen that he was breaking the wrist and opening the face to bisect the extra cover to his right and to the long of to his left. So excellent ball striking from young Joshua Davis.
Well, that one bent in the air like a Lionel Messi free kick, I'll tell you. Certainly they enjoyed that. Better delivery here by Walsh. Just a single, and that's good cricket here from Fatima College all round, actually. Picking up the single and keeping the strike for the next over. After 10 overs, Fatima are 85 for 2, still in line to put in a score in the region of 160 here. Presentation will do very well to keep them under 140 here.
Well, if we were to double the score, which we normally do at the end of 10, that's going to take them to 170. You may well as just back up and go if they get to that score. But what's important for Presentation College, in the second half, in the next 10 overs of video, they've got to chip away off the wickets.
So Mirage is going to continue here at the northern end, and the two bowlers operating, the two leg break bowlers operating in tandem here. While Walsh has offered up a few full tosses, Mirage has been spot on here. Good delivery again. And they're going to get two. That was a misfield. And they get back pretty easily in the end. And the fielder, just out of your picture, banging his hands into the turf in disgust here. And it's very difficult conditions out there with the rain throughout the day.
Yeah, indeed, very greasy. It's a very greasy outfield here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy, so it's important that you get everything behind that delivery when it's hit out to you in the outfield.
Easy single, and that's how they've done it. The boundaries have largely dried up here since we've seen Ramdeen being dismissed here, but think that Siwa wants to stay tied down here for too long. Might see the big shot coming pretty soon.
Well, with the leg spinner bowling into him, Vidya, I'm really going to like this matchup, because once he pitches on about that middle and leg stump, I'm sure Zachary Siwa will want to take him over that deep mid-wicket boundary. But the ball arcing into him is basically a free hit.
Well, there is a deep mid-wicket in place. There's also a deep backward square leg here. So, oh, that's not far away from the fielder. For a moment there, I thought it was going to carry to the fielder, but just got enough on it. I think he was shaping up to play one through the leg side. A bit too wide that time. I just sort of half cut, half drove it away from one.
So excellent bowling from Maharaj. And what I like about Maharaj at this stage of the video, he's not trying to bowl too quickly. He's just, you know, bowling at that pace where you have to generate your own pace as a batter.
Bit short, fielder out there. It's a slight misfield, but they won't go for the second, and good reason why. The throw came in very quickly. So they're starting to pull things back here. The scoring rate now dropping under 8.5. They really will have to bring this to a standstill. Presentation College should want to see if they are to get back into this game.
Well, the only way they could do that is by chipping away at the wickets. They need to get rid of Joshua Davis and Zachary Siwa as quickly as possible to arrest the scoring.
Cut that away. That could run away for four. There's a fielder out there. Just gets to it. Well, does very well. That's the man. That's Madre, who was out there. He was the man who pulled off, who sent in that powerful return to get rid of Ramdeen. So they're not going to chance their to his arm too much. No boundaries, but they still have picked up 7 runs in the first 5 deliveries here. Good going here from Fatima College. Oh, thought he would have rifled that one through the leg side, and that one passing under the bat, maybe coming off the pad. Over has come to an end. After 11, Fatima College are 92 for 2, and the scoring rate continues to slow up here for Fatima College.
So Presentation College bowlers, you know, they're just bowling that channel where boundaries are very hard to come, and with the loss of Aditya Ramdeen, the scoring rate has really plummeted.
Certainly has. Scoring rate after 5 overs was 8.8. After 10 overs, it was 8.5. Now it's 8.36. So maybe they've slowed down the express train just slightly here. But they're not coasting into the station just yet.
But from a Fatima point of view, they would want both Joshua Davis and the likes of Zachary Siwa to bat deep into the back end of the innings.
Bowling change here once again. That's short. Oh, that's a good stop. That was really traveling. And you would say, at international level, you would say that is a regulation stop. But at this level, with the youngsters here, and with these conditions, that was brilliant.
Yeah, Dylan Balkaran doing an excellent job there at that mid-wicket position there. Diving, Dylan Balkaran is bowling actually. So there we...
Walsh actually was the man who did the fielding. And really good stop there from Walsh. Oh, that's up in the air. He's appealing for a catch at the wicket here. I think he felt that perhaps Davis had chopped that onto his boot, but the umpire did not agree. It'll be an interesting replay. Let's see if that in fact did happen there, Anil. No, just straight into the ground. The boot was nowhere close to it. Yeah, he's just changed his tack here. The bowler and just sparing it in. Bowling very, very full, and Davis can just... he's a short batsman, Joshua Davis.
Well, in Dylan's previous over before, he was guilty of pulling down the delivery. Here he has changed his mode of attack. He's bowling just outside the line of the off stump. So he's asking Davis to practically hit the ball down the ground.
Nicely played by Davis. That's a great stop. Nice bit of fielding there. That would have run away before. It was a lovely, delicious late cut there by Davis. And the fielder there had to do well to make the stop. And that was Coombs, in fact, I believe, to make the stop.
But it was a sumptuous stop there. A lovely piece of fielding at that third man position, diving away to his left and ensuring that that ball didn't leave him. So Joshua Davis just seems to be struggling at this stage here. Possibly trying a bit too hard video at this stage.
Well, after he saw what Ramdeen was doing earlier, I think the pressure has really become incumbent on these two to push things along. And the scoring rate is under 8 for the first time in the match. That's another good delivery. He's getting it right here finally, Balkaran. Just spearing it in just outside the off stump. And Davis is going to have to find a way to counteract that in the next over. After 12, Fatima 92 for 2.
What we are seeing from Dylan Balkaran video is the fact that he's getting that ball to slide off the surface. So it's not spinning, it's basically just sliding off the surface. And here we're seeing a sprinkling of spectators here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Last night, I must admit, a much bigger crowd. South Team in Action, Presentation College. Mind you, that was a mouth-watering contest from beginning to end.
Yes, I did take in part of that, and you certainly seemed very excited, Animal, for that game. The three-time champions going out, certainly they would have been favorites last night to win that one.
Indeed.
And winning 3 consecutive titles is no small feat. You really have to give great credit to Hillview College, what they have achieved in getting to those 3 titles, bowing out in the semi-finals this time, losing by 10 runs. And I felt that perhaps they didn't handle the advent of the spin in that match. That was a turning point in that game.
Yeah, if anything, as well to video, their batters, even though they were batting for a period of time, one player should have possibly shown a bit more intent, after the 5th bowling option was available.
So Prem Chan is going to be on here. So we're seeing the medium pace back on, and Enrico Prem Chan. And it's a slightly different spelling from Enrico, as you would expect. It has a K in it, actually. Not sure if that was a spelling mistake on the part of the newspapers, but it's a different spelling of Enrico. He's going to concede a single here. Well, the fielder had to run back. The batsman had to run quickly. There could be a run-out chance at the other end. And not the best of cricket from both teams there, but they still managed to get 2.
Yeah, poor cricket from the presentation outfit. Both batters haven't completed a single. There's absolutely no need to throw the ball away. And what they've done is they're basically giving back the momentum here to the Fatima batters.
And the thing is, they're pulling things back. The current run rate, as you can see there, 7.73. Not the time to take your foot off the gas. Nicely cut away. Beautifully played. 4 runs. And that's Siwa in a nutshell there. That was brilliantly cut behind square for 4.
So short and wide, just waited on that delivery, opening the face and bisecting the third man and the backward point, and it raced into that backward point boundary.
Got there in a hurry, and I'm sure he'll feel a lot more comfortable now that he's gotten that first boundary. 11 off 7 already. But for Presentation College, this is where Justin Jagisar, the most experienced player on the field, has to get his team back together here. He has to get that mentality, that psychology right for this Presentation College Chaguanas team.
Well, I felt that he just got it a bit wrong, Vidya, in the sense that both the spinners were bowling really well.
Straight to that's a misfield. There was a chance at a run out, and they will get 2 here. And a poor throw at the end here. Yeah, I think it is Presentation College. They've been wounded here by the attack that we've seen from Ramdeen early, and they haven't gotten themselves right. They have picked up 2 wickets. The scoring rate has dropped by 2 runs and over during this period, and still I don't think they have recovered from the attack by Ramdeen early on.
Yeah, I think that attack by Aditya Ramlin did really left a scar.
Well, those lingering mental scars, they're going to have to pull to pull those scars off very quickly here and get back to business, because there's a lot still to play for in this game. There is a place in the finals here against Presentation College San Fernando. And I don't think we've ever seen the two Pres teams in action in a final before. I haven't seen, I can remember any for the moment.
I can't remember, but I'm telling you, a lot.
Certainly we haven't seen it in football, but I haven't seen it in cricket either.
But a lot of spectators, they're very excited by that prospect.
Oh, yes.
But during this time, Fatima College has brought up their 100 in 12.3 overs, and they're doing an excellent job.
And the runs have flowed in this over. 9 runs off the first 4 deliveries here. Well, that didn't carry back to Prem Chand. That's better. Just that testing line, pitching just about leg stump. And young Davis here is playing straight back down the track. Good delivery here from the bowler Prem Chand.
So Joshua Davis not being as fluent as we know he can be. So possibly just getting a bit flustered here by, you know, being bogged down a bit.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's a good stop, but they can't prevent the single. Oh, there's an injury to the shoulder here, and Fatima have gone for the second run while the fielder went down. And wow, that just seemed to do the left shoulder as he went down there. Let's see what happened. There was Davis coming down the track first of all. It was a good stop, and they actually ran the second run while the fielder was down. So some might look a little bit unkindly on that, but the thing is, you can take the run.
Of course you can. It's within the spirit of the game. But what we have seen from Joshua Davis, he's decided now that he's got to change gears. So he, on that occasion, he's just taking a stride down the wicket and really creaming that one. But I must admit, it was excellent feeling from the fielder at that extra cover position. He saved what have definitely been a boundary.
Yes, yeah, he did save it well.
But in the process, he just seems to have had that left shoulder.
He's still on the field, though. I think he's gone to a different position. The over has come to an end, by the way. 103 for 2. So Fatima College going along just under 8 and over. They picked up some momentum in that over here. And here's the challenge for the management of the Presentation College Chaguanas team. Kelman Kaulesa in his first year with the team. Keith Joseph, the assistant coach, and of course the manager of the team, Roland Hussein. They are the men behind the scene here. They have to get their team back in order.
But if Fatima College were to continue in this same vein for the rest of the innings, so it's going to be Dylan Balkaran from the southern end.
So Balkaran to continue, twirling the ball as he comes in. We'll get 1 here, out to extra cover, which is vacant. Oh, they get 2. That's good running. Very good running here by Fatima College. And tell you what, if that had hit the stumps, that would have been very close. But Davis was committed to the second run, and that's a good bit of play there from Fatima, and just weighted it perfectly.
So excellent aggressive running from both Zachary Siwa and Joshua Davis. They're seizing on the opportunity to get that second run.
Another run here, so 3 off the first 2 deliveries, and Fatima, perhaps they won't get to 180 or maybe even 160, but this still looks like it's going to be a competitive total here. And Davis starting to look more like himself now. Siwa 17 off 11, and you could have seen that he was a little bit flustered in the last over. Davis just took that time to step away to the leg side, get himself organized mentally, and I think he's back. He's got himself centered once again.
But it's going to be Dylan Balkaran to do business with Joshua Davis.
Yeah, Yeah, I think he's a young pro in this, but he was looking to see what Davis was doing. Just shuffling back a little bit, anticipating the ball coming in full. Right, that's under edge. That might run away for 4. Oh, the fielder almost missed that. But they still get 2. Clever batting here from Davis. Just taking a little shuffle back. And just trying to give himself some room here. Eventually just trying to paddle it round. Got an inside edge, not just past the off stump, but picks up 2.
So a lot of mind games taking place outside there. The bowler trying to outfox the batter, and the batter is just waiting at the last moment before he executes.
Oh, is that going to carry? Oh, he's dropped it. Went to him, got to hand, and couldn't hold on.
So a chance goes a begging here, and the dangerous Joshua Davis is the beneficiary of that chance. How costly that chance is going to be for Presentation College. I hope, that, they really try and snap up that other opportunity that comes their way. But it brings the dangerous Zachary Sewer back on strike.
Drives that beautifully. There's a fielder out there. And gets across behind it nicely. Yeah, that's there have been 2 potential turning points in this game. Early on when Ramdeen had just started to explode, went down the track, and down the leg side the ball went. It was a difficult chance. It is always going to be difficult down the leg side, but the keeper didn't get across to it, and the stumping chance went. That could have been a potential turning point.
So Joshua just tugging this one into the leg side. Skipper
9
the fielding.
8 runs off the over. 111 for 2 at the end of 14 overs.
And it's Nelson here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy.
Well, I see you have your feet off the ground, so you well know the significance of the Nelson. It's one of these queer superstitions that are associated with cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, the Englishman.
Yeah, umpire Shepherd certainly was one who would have yes, umpire Shepherd certainly was one who would have. They are the 2 Mamchand boys. Liam Mamchand to the right, the Napri McCollege star for the season, and Aidan Mamchand, the CEO as we call him. Certainly their parents love these Irish names, don't they?
Yes, they do. So 36 deliveries still left in this innings.
Oh, that was a good delivery. Spared that one in from Primchand. And tell you what, he has a nice relaxed action coming up to the crease. And that one was really, that was on the crease.
But Joshua Davis did a magnificent job to get down on that delivery. Had he not gotten any contact, it would have scattered the sticks there.
Unusual line of attack here, right arm round the wicket, but it has proven effective here against Davis so far. Good batting by Davis. Oh, that could have been interesting if he had gotten a hold on that. But good running by Davis here.
It's a good feeling as well from Raymond Sau, feeling at that extra cover position. So the intention is clear from the presentation outfit, is to bowl into the pads of Joshua Davis and take away the levers that he's trying to extend.
He still has found a way to score, though. He's using his feet, just keeping his head very still, playing through the line of it. See what now, trying to power that one down the field, but that, a clever bit of, look at that from Chaguanas. Just, I wonder if he has a future playing some football for Presentation College, Chaguanas.
Well, he did look impressive indeed, flicking that ball up.
Look at this, it's bouncing along. Here he is with the right foot. Wow, that's clever. Very neat. Sure, Lionel Messi would have liked to see that also. Flicked away, fielder out there. It's not going to get it. 4 runs in the gap. Deep mid-wicket and a wide long on in place. And that one was flicked away beautifully by Davis, another boundary.
Yeah, nicely weighted shot from Joshua Davis. Just waited on that delivery and flicked it high and handsome over that mid-wicket position for 4 runs.
Yeah, that's beautifully played here. And if you've never seen Joshua Davis bat before, you're going to see a lot of that over the years coming. And a lot is thought of this young man, already 29 of 29 here. He's starting to blossom now. Oh, good delivery here from Primchand. Saw Davis coming and just shortened it up enough. And still had to dig that one. Still got the run though. A nice battle developing between this batter and this young bowler.
Yeah, so Primchand giving himself every opportunity to have a look at what Joshua Davis is trying to do and making those subtle adjustments, not allowing him, to have his way.
Now for Siwa, though, you did notice that he just seemed to lose his cool with that last delivery. It was a full toss that Siwa tried to drive along the ground. Let's see if he changes his tack here for the left-hander. Stylishly played away. We'll get one.
Well, Zachary Siwa, he hasn't had the best of times recently. So I think it's important for Zachary Siwa to spend as much time outside, out in the middle as possible. With the North-South game coming up on Friday, a lot is on offer for these youngsters. They're vying for a place to represent Trinidad and Tobago in the regional 3-day competition.
That's right. And as the just to target your other hat at the moment, which is the South coach for that match coming up on Friday, you would certainly be looking at Mr. Siwa very closely here.
Indeed, he's one of the key players in that North lineup. So there's going to be a lot of planning when it comes to that North unit.
Yeah, so we have the man who is behind the tactics for South here. Just having a close look at the northern rivals here. North-South is always going to be an interesting contest, whether it's in Trinidad, Westeros, or wider. North versus South. Scoring rate 7.93. Let's just compare this quickly here before we move on. It was, after 5 overs, it was 8.8. After 10 overs, 8.5. So they have pulled things back here, Presentation College Chaguanas, but I'm not sure if they'll be entirely happy. It's not been as free as a bird in the last 5 overs, but they have pulled things back.
They have definitely tried to pull things back, but Fatima College batters, they still showing that level of intent by getting 7 and 8 runs per over.
Well, that's not a great shot, but he manages to get outside the line of the off stump, and they get one. Been some close decisions here, and the umpire agreeing there was no bat involved, but he felt that Siwa did enough to get outside the off stump.
Yeah, so Zachary Siwa just trying to be a bit too cute here, trying to play that lap sweep and missing completely. The only thing would have saved him there, a video possibly marginally pitched outside the line of the leg stump.
I think you're right. That may have saved him. Very close indeed. Another full delivery. And there's been a concerted plan here on the part of Presentation College to bowl fuller here. Seen it from all of the bowlers so far.
But the surface is not aiding the spinners in terms of being able to get any sideways spin. So the ball is just basically sliding on.
7.5 runs and over in the last few overs. If they can get along at 7.5 in the last 5, they could get something in the region of 160 here. 160 very much in the cards here for Fatima College. Better. They bowled a lot straighter also. Not a lot of wit on offer here. Fatima College, they did get 166 versus Couva East against, no disrespect to Couva East, but slightly weaker opposition. And they also got 109 for 6 against Naparima College. That was in 10 overs though. The game, I believe, was reduced. So they still got along at a good clip, a fairly good clip there in that match. No, sorry, 20 overs. Correction. So different conditions in that game, though. Slower one has held that back a little bit. Did get enough on it, and that maybe could have been 2. I think there was a slip by Davis on the far side. There he is there trying to get up, and that wet patch on the right side of the pitch, that's why they didn't get the second run.
Yeah, so the outfield very greasy here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Possibly about 5 to 7 millimeters of rain.
5 to 7 millimeters, you say?
Yeah.
I think you have a rain gauge somewhere outside of your home, don't you?
A lot of rain has been around for the last couple of days.
Straight to third man. They will get one, though. That was a difficult stop. That was the fielder who... Salim making the stop there. He was the... Salim Khan, in fact. He was the one who went down heavily and hit his right shoulder. 16 overs. Fatima College, a 124 for 4.
So with 24 balls to go...
2, in fact. Sorry. Correction.
So with 24 balls yet to go in the innings, if they go at a run-up ball, they're still going to get anywhere between 148 to 150. With a couple boundaries in there, they could well get to that score that you predicted. 160 is still very much on the cards.
Quite a few old boys from the different schools are here to watch the game, and I'm sure quite a few watching on the stream. Thanks so much for joining us here on 360 TV for this one. And it's an interesting contest. Fatima 124 for 4 for 2 after 6 overs, 16 overs. We get that right. Presentation College have 4 overs, 24 deliveries still to bowl here. So if they can get a run at ball, that would be, they would get to the 150. But you think that they would be aiming for something in the region of 170 right now?
Yeah, with a couple of lusty blues from either Joshua Davis or Zachary Siwa. That score could really, keep climbing to that 160, 170 mark. Yeah,
it's been a lot tougher here for Fatima College in the last 8 overs or so. That's since the dismissal of young Aditya Ramdeen, who went for 56 in the 11th over. Has been a lot tougher going. Presentation have turned the screws a little bit. Maybe not enough for Kelman Carlessa, their coach.
And I tell you what, Vidya, Fatima College at this stage is very well pleased to really press the trigger. With 8 wickets still in the shed, they could afford to go hell for leather from now until the end of the innings.
And with 2 set batsmen there, Davis 32, run a ball 32, Siwa 23 of 19. Will the press come now? Held that one back and saw Davis coming. He sort of telegraphed his intentions early, Davis. And clever bowling there. Just hold it back.
So are we going to see Zachary Siwa teeing off here now? It's the ideal situation for how destructive he can be. No pressure at all.
Yeah. The googly coming there, but he saw it coming all the way. A discernible change in the wrist of the bowler Mirage. And I don't think Chase is going to play any further part in this game. He's still holding the ice to his right temple. That's where he got the knee in his face earlier. Just one here for Davis. I think that's what he wants to do from this point on. If the ball is there to hit, he's going to put it away, but he wants to give as much of the strike here to Siwa as possible.
Yeah, as we know, Zachary Siwa, he has that ability to be very destructive in these kind of circumstances.
Well, he picks up the 1. If it's not there to hit, they are picking up the singles. 4 already off the over.
But I tell you what, they're bowling to him exactly how they should. They're not pitching the ball up in his arc. So he's basically, the ball is being back pitched. So he's basically have to wait on it and then, try and punch the ball into that ring of fielders on the offside.
Bit too wide that time. Haven't seen a lot of wides. It's been a lot of full tosses, though. A lot of full deliveries here from this Presentation College team. But just a couple of wides to report.
Well, it's evident because of the greasy nature of the field. One would expect that gripping the ball will always be a challenge.
In the gap here, they should get 2. They've gone for 1. Well, they decided to hold back here. That's good fielding. The man coming across very quickly and got rid of it also very quickly indeed. End of the over after 17. Fatima College are 131 for 2. And they kept the scoring rate just about 8 and over. So 160 on the cards. I think they'll be happy with that. There is young Chase, injured during fielding. I don't think he's going to play any further part in the game here. And that was a nasty blow indeed.
Yeah, very nasty indeed. Any collision, you know, really sometimes could be very, very frightening indeed, especially on impact. But for the sake of Presentation College, I'm sure they will want him to wield the bat at some stage of their innings, because he is one of the key ball strikers in that presentation unit.
Yeah, it has been a cat and mouse game, hasn't it?
From start to finish.
.131 for 2 after 17. Pressure here on Presentation College. He tried to go for that one. He tried to go big there. They will get 1. And the keeper, well, actually no one is backing up, because both the keeper and the bowler went after that one. And the fielder and the 2 batsmen decided to stay for 1. I think they could have gotten 2 there.
Yeah, the possibility exists that 2 was an offer, because there was absolutely no one patrolling the wicket in terms of if a throw came in.
Unusual situation. And Siwa just looking around. He's eyeing some gaps here on the leg side. Deep mid-wicket, wide, long on, and a backward square leg in place. Goes offside. Nicely stopped. It's been difficult conditions here, but Presentation College have put in some fine fielding out there despite that.
Yeah, Zachary Siwa throwing the kitchen sink at that extra cover drive there, but excellent fielding from Dylan Balkaran at that extra cover position, ensuring that it just stayed at a single.
Had to fetch that one from outside the off stump, just 1.
One would have thought that the likes of Joshua Davis would possibly try and back away and access possibly go inside out rather than trying to hoik that ball into the onside.
Perhaps not within his skill set at the moment, but tell you what, he will develop that as his career progresses. Presentation looking a little bit brighter out there now. A couple of good bits of fielding, and they're could be back into it here. Oh, that could run away for 4. It has the legs on it. The fielder thought about pulling out the dive, but decided against it, and it's gone to the boundary. We haven't seen a lot of boundaries in the last 8 overs or so, but there's one, and badly lined. And that's meat and drink there for Siwa.
Yeah, Zachary Siwa just using his bottom hand to good effect there, and it raced into that fine leg position for a boundary. So Zachary Siwa, a welcome boundary for the Fatima outfit.
Well, the man was inside the circle, but the bowler has decided he wants him a little bit finer here. Small adjustment in the field. Just half stopped, and well, the throw left a lot to be desired there. He's apologizing. Didn't quite get the throw off in the way he wanted. So still, this is a good over here for Fatima College. 8 runs. And we really felt that the dismissal of Ramdeen would have been the ideal fillip for Presentation College. But they didn't really respond in the way I think that the coach would have hoped for. Just a little dab here from Davis to pick up one.
But what didn't help the presentation outfit as well, with that crucial catch with Joshua Davis going down, bringing some new batters into the mix, possibly would have stemmed that scoring rate.
Certainly could have, and I think these are the Presentation College Chaguanas supporters, and I think that picture tells it's 1,000 words, as the old saying goes, and they know that their team is in some trouble here. They're going to have to dig deep. Can they really keep this down? It's 140 for 2. They've done a fairly good job in pulling things back, because it looked like a score of 180 was on the cards early on, the way that Aditya Ramdeen was going. They have pulled things back, but 140 for 2 with 2 overs to go. This could certainly be 160 on the cards.
Yeah, I would expect the likes of Joshua Davis and Zachary Siwa to really pull the trigger here now with just 12 balls to go in the innings. They could afford to take some chances, possibly back away.
He went after that one, but just got it straight to the fielder. Oh, I think he went to the wrong end there. Davis had pretty much slowed up. Siwa was coming through like a freight train, and I think the fielder, maybe not assessing the situation properly, should have gone to the bowler's end.
So a lot of pressure on this presentation outfit at this stage of the innings. Zachary Siwa back on strike.
Big test here for Balkaran. How's he going to proceed here against Siwa? Oh, that's too far down the leg side. Just trying to spear it in on that mid stump.
So a lot of evidence as well that the ball itself has swollen up as well. Video with the amount of moisture getting on that ball, it's becoming more and more difficult to grip it.
Oh, just past the bowler. I'm not sure if he got a hand to it, but that's good fielding. Ali sliding and slipping around, and that's a good throw. I tell you what, he almost caught Siwa out, because Siwa had turned his back to it and was just ambling in. But the ball just, the keeper wasn't able to gather it well. Let's see if you could pick it up here. Here's the replay. No, he didn't get a finger to it. But here's where Ali, look at how quickly he picks it up. Sizes up the situation well. Yeah, Siwa was in, but it was a bit closer than he thought. There's a fielder out there at the long off position, just one this time.
But just to give you an idea of how hard the surface is, that ball hit the surface and basically was just climbing away from the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, not the tallest of men, Brandon Phillip, but that one certainly climbed sharply past him.
So Dylan Balkaran trying to make some subtle adjustments.
He's asking the fielder to walk to his left to cut down the angle. Here's the reverse sweep, and that's going to run away for 4. Yeah, Davis there getting that one away, and that is a boundary, and the Fatima supporters away to our left are really making some noise now.
Well, there's excellent innovation from Joshua Davis, and I thought Dylan Balkaran really telegraphed what Joshua Davis was going to do by making the subtle adjustment on the offside field. It really telegraphed exactly where the line of the delivery that was going to be served up.
So he read that very well there, Davis. He's up to 43. He's now overtaken. He has overtaken Siwa. A lot of confidence now in his game. There's one more for him at Fatima College. That's the 150 up for them with 7 deliveries to go.
And the man Zachary Siwa will be taking strike for the last delivery in the 19th over.
Balkaran does not fairly tidy over. There was a boundary in it. Good shot by Davis. He wants to end on a high here. Well, that has gone high. It will carry to the field. Oh, he's dropped it. Straight through with his hands. There was the chance to get rid of Zachary Siwa. And Ali, you would have felt that he would have taken that. But that just went straight through his hands. 6 runs. Yeah, Ali, you would have expected of all the fielders out there, he would have taken that. He's very disappointed in himself. He holds himself to some high standards. He apologizes to the bowler. 6 runs.
Yeah, that ball possibly came to him a bit quicker than he expected. It burst through his hands and it went for a maximum. That takes the score on to 156 to 2. And I must admit, at this stage, that's a formidable score indeed.
Certainly is. Fatima perhaps would feel they have 1 foot in the final already, but cricket is a funny old game. With the conditions difficult here, and remember Fatima not having quite a varied attack as this Presentation College Chaguanas team. So if they can get, if Presentation can get a good start and they can get their top batters in quickly and they can get going, it's going to be an interesting chase.
Well, I'm sure for Presentation College, the likes of Justin Jagister, if he gets his wheels on here tonight, you know, it could be the Justin Jagister show.
Yeah, that's the thing is, he has been out for quite a while, so we don't know what form he's in. Yes, he's back, and it's going to be a big fillip if he gets some runs, but what form is he in? Davis, oh, beautiful, shot of the match so far, into the gap. Third man had no chance, and it was full enough for him to get all the power in the world on that one, and away for 4.
So this young man showing his full repertoire of strokes here at the Brian Cricket Academy. But the line of the delivery really telegraphed that reverse sweep.
Played it very well. It's the second one he's played in the last 2 overs. And he is just 2 runs away from a 50 here, Joshua Davis.
Yeah, and once he gets to that 50, it would be a very well-deserved half-century indeed. And it could be a match-winning innings as well for his college Fatima.
And another paddle. This time it's not going to go to the boundary. There's a fielder there. And they do get 1. So he's inching closer to a 50. You know, there is a lot of pressure on this young man. Your grandfather played for the West Indies. Batted alongside the likes of the great Seymour Nurse. His father played for Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm sure that people would, of course, remind him of their exploits in local cricket and, of course, on the regional scene. But, boy, has he batted well here today.
Yeah, he's definitely batted. He's shown exactly why he's considered one of the best promising youngsters in Trinidad and Tobago.
Didn't get all of that. He wanted to hit that a little bit squarer. But we'll get 1 here.
And I tell you what, Vidya, Zachary Siwa, he's just moved steadily on to 41, you know, and he hasn't really set the place on fire, but he's got 41 to his name. Yes. And it just shows the level of maturity in the manner in which he has played here tonight, giving, you know, that kind of support to Joshua Davis.
Good delivery. They still get the 1. And that's the 50 for Joshua Davis. Coming up for 44 deliveries. And Davis will celebrate here. I'm sure that his grandfather, Brian, would appreciate this innings, as his father, Gregory. And don't forget his uncle, Charlie, also. They would certainly have appreciated that. And nice little, the fielder coming across and just congratulating him on a fine 50 here.
Yeah, so excellent sportsmanship there indeed, you know, by acknowledging it has been a tremendous innings from Joshua Davis. But more importantly, what he has done, he's really put Fatima College in the driver's seat in this contest.
Has done well to come as the backup act to Ramdeen. This one's up in the air. Sure, he was trying to pull that one away. And they will go for 2. He's Amblay, he could be out. That one did not hit the stumps. He escapes. And they get 3. Well, what could have been a dismissal has turned into an extra run.
So a comedy of errors there from this presentation unit. The wheels has really fallen apart in the last couple of overs. and you could see the happy Fatima College bench there. But I tell you what, this game is a game of two halves, so one wouldn't want to be celebrating too early at this stage of video.
Yeah, but it does give you cause for optimism when you're 166 for 1 with 1 ball to go in a T20 game. This is a very, very good score here from Fatima College. Presentation College will have to come big with the bat. Davis sweeps that one away. That's going to go all the way for 6 runs. 6 runs by Davis. He ends on 56 not out. David and Siwa is on 44, but look at this shot from the young man. Wow, got outside the off stump and swept that away. That could have gone on to hit the off stump, and that is brilliant stuff.
Brilliant indeed. Excellent execution of that slog sweep, getting inside the line of the delivery and hitting it high and handsome over the fine leg boundary for a maximum. So Fatima College finishing on a high, and there's no question who is in the driver's seat, who has the momentum going into the second half of the game.
Well, third generation TNT player perhaps, but tell you, he's still a long way from that. But what an innings here from Joshua Davis. 56, and Zachary Siwa, 44 of 29 deliveries. Can we even describe that as an off-color innings from Siwa when you come up with 44 of 29?
And like I said, as we had alluded earlier on video, it just shows the maturity of the likes of Zachary Siwa, having represented the Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 team in St. Vincent in the 3-day tournament. We are seeing enough evidence where this young man is really maturing into one of the best young all-rounders in TNT.
So 56 from Ramdeen, 56 not out from Davis, 44 from Siwa, and a dominant batting performance here from Fatima College. 172 for 2 in their 20 overs. Presentation College, who may have come into this game as the slight favorites to take this one, they have a real task on their hands. Can they get this, Anil?
Well, it's game on if you ask me. A lot will depend on the likes of Luke Ali, Justin Jagisa, Dylan Balkaran. These guys and them, they have a tremendous job on their hands in the second innings here. So at this stage, we would like to take a break, and we're going to be back with you as soon as we... Oh, my apology.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna ask you a quick question here. Are you trying to escape the questions here, Anil? So we talked about the fact that presentation it's going to be a big ask here for presentation. Of course, you want to get Mr. Jagisa. He has to get some runs here, and their top batters have to get stuck in early. But for Fatima College, they can't get complacent at this point, because they would have come in with maybe a bowling attack that many would have felt maybe not quite up to the standard of Presentation College. Do they have what it takes here to get the win, the Fatima bowlers?
Well, I think it's important for Fatima College to not give away the boundary balls. So field placement, team tactics in terms of execution is going to be the key, because on this Brian Lara surface, scoring at 7 and 8 and over is not much of a challenge.
Okay, well, Anil, now we'll let you go. I know you perhaps have a hot date coming up, so you want to get off the mic as quickly as possible. But stay with us here on Cricket 360. It's going to be Presentation College Chaguanas. If they are to meet their brother school, Presentation College San Fernando, in the finals, they're going to have to score 173 runs to win. That comes up in just under 10 minutes' time. Stay with us here on Cricket 360 for the run chase, as Presentation College Chaguanas attempt to overhaul this total of 172 for 2 for Fatima College.
So welcome back and thanks for staying with us here on Cricket 360. We are viewing the semi-finals of the POWERGEN Intercol here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy, and Justin Jagisa is going to open the batting for Presentation College. They have a big task ahead of them. They need to get up to 172 of 120 balls. So it's Ramdeen, it seems, who's going to take up the bowling attack. He is the one closest to us here. He's bowling from the Gasparilla on media center end, and Jagisa and Khan opening the batting. Here's Ramdeen. That's a good delivery to start with. Just on and about the off stump. Davis is in the way, and chasing 172. As I say, good night to Anil Lakan. Anil, a big task ahead. Not an impossible one, but one that Justin Jagisa will have to have a big say.
Indeed, Vinod, Justin Jagisa, the key, the cog in this presentation batting lineup, but he would need able support from the other end as well. It wouldn't be possible for him to do it all on his own.
Delivery down the leg side. Did it touch something on the way? No signal from the umpire, just to indicate that that was the one for the over.
But having said that, Vinod, it's nice to see Justin Jagisa coming back and playing cricket after being sidelined for a couple of months, being injured.
Yeah, Jagisa has been working with the Ramphal made the comment earlier on that he has lost a lot of weight. He's actually on the CWI youth program where they normally monitor you. I know one of the things that they ask for is a 15-minute run on the treadmill twice a day. I'm sure he's doing a lot more than that. Jagisa has stuck nicely to that plan. I know that there's also a meal plan in place. You seem to be following that plan, Anil.
Yeah, I'm on a seafood diet, Vinod.
We seem to have lost a lot of hair. It's one without loss in the opening over. As
it's Ramdeen starting from the pavilion end.
Not a bad start by Ramdeen at all.
So the current run rate, the required run rate, is just hovering around that 8 3/4 mark.
It's Khan to face. Here he is. And Khan just comes forward, feels the ball onto the bat. Are you surprised that young Furlong did not make the team today? Furlong would have gone to England with this Trinidad and Tobago school boys team. Very fine all-rounder. Young golfer as well. I was very surprised when I saw him today. I think we need to find out if he's injured. He should have been on this team.
He's not sure about it at all.
But he's a batting all-rounder. I'm very surprised. He's had a good season, and I think that he should have been considered definitely for this game. Press has found himself. When you look at the bowling, they were really a bowler short.
I thought the rotation of the bowlers, when the spinners was coming in and really stemming the flow, we had that reintroduction of the pacer, and to me at that stage it really gave the Fatima batters the momentum, to restart.
That delivery rushes on to Khan. So deceptive at the moment, Ramdeen. He's bowling well. At the end of the over, it's none for one. Yes, Furlong would have fitted that role nicely because, of course, he is a fast bowler. He's a batting all-rounder. And I've been seeing his name amongst the scores this season, Adam Furlong. I think he should have been. I think it's an error not to play him actually in this game.
Well, I'll tell you what, Vinod, I'm sure the likes of the coach, the think tank, the manager, they would have given a lot of thought to the composition of the team with 6 specialist batters, 5 bowlers, and possibly one of those specialist batters possibly being able to do, a bit of bowling as well.
Where did Press go wrong?
Well, I think
from a coach's perspective, Anil. So Jagisa.
I felt that the Presentation College lost the plot when they brought on the left arm spinner to Aditya Ramdeed without no protection on the leg side whatsoever. He was taken for 17 in that over, and that really changed the momentum of the innings, if you ask me, Vinod. I thought that was a critical point in terms of that bowling change, having absolutely no protection in the power play, no deep backward square, no deep wicket, and in that over it was evident that Aditya Ramdeed, he was helping himself to boundaries on the onside.
Yeah, the bowling left a lot to be desired, really. This is Mark. It's a good length. Good line as well. It's a chance for a run out of the non-strikers, and Khan is in trouble. And Mark could not gather the ball. Unbelievable.
But where was Khan going? Justin Jarvis had not moved a muscle. That ball was so well timed. It traveled like a rocket to that backward point position. Look at it again.
Yes. There was a misfeed. I think that is what got to Khan. But Mark should have gathered that.
But look at the Fatima College fielders. They were all queuing up for that return throw.
This time there's a chance again. And the return there from the backward square, a bit awkward for the wicketkeeper.
So Khan living dangerously. The running, we must admit, is not the best at this stage. The communication just seems to not be there at this time. But one would hope that Justin Jagisa, is not on the receiving end of that poor communication.
Here's Mark. This one just leaving the left-hander, angling it across him there, Mark. Good start by Mark.
Excellent start for Mark. Not expressed by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm very happy about. He's hit his areas very, very quickly indeed. And with every dot ball, that required run rate continues to climb.
I think what Khan needs to do here is to just look to rotate the strike. Get Jagisa on strike as much as he can. Jagisa is coming down the track to probably tell him just that.
Well, what he's presently doing is he's putting a lot of pressure on Justin Jagisa. And when that rotation does take place, Justin Jagisa, he will have to be thinking way and above in terms of how he's going to execute. Because as it stands, it's 9.22 at this stage.
Driving. Gets one. Khan looks like one of those players who likes to get the bat onto the ball.
But it's important for him as well to be able to get behind the line, break his wrist, and allow that continuation. And that's what Fatima College did well. The rotation was extremely well, and the aggression in terms of running, they were able to turn those ones into twos. And on the odd occasion, they did take advantage when that third run was available. So the run in between the wickets, definitely showing between the both teams at this stage.
Was well pitched up, looking to drive. So good first over here by Mark. At the end of it, it's 4 without loss.
So lovely bowling from Mac.
So it's going to be Ramdeed to continue. Just a single in his first over. He's bowling to Khan, who has won. Struck on the pad, and that's a loud appeal for leg before. That looked good. We'll have to have another look at that one there, Anil Khan.
Well, from my vantage view here, it just seems to be pitching outside the line of the leg stump.
Well, I don't think so, Anil. I think he is as dead as a doorknob. Let's have a look at that again.
We'll need to have the tram lines in place to adjudicate that decision.
I think it.
Just marginally outside the line of the leg stump. We'll give the benefit of the doubt to the batter.
Well, I think he's lucky to still be there.
But more importantly for Presentation College, it brings skipper Jagis on strike.
Ramdeen. So Jagisa has been away from actual match scenarios, but I'm sure that he has been working very hard in the nets.
But as we both know, Vinod, practicing in the nets and match situations are two different kettle of fishes. So we'll just have to wait and see in terms of how well he times the ball here tonight, and in terms of his foot movement, his rhythm, and all of that will be looked at during this innings.
Full toss driven beautifully through the offside for 4. Regardless of the match practice, he will put that away any day and twice on a Sunday.
Yeah, poor delivery there from Ramdeen, really just allowing Justin Jagisa to extend those levers, and he crashed it through extra cover. So Christmas has come very, very early for Justin Jagisa in this game. Been served a full delivery all outside the line of the off-stump.
I'll go back to say that Ramdeen has been a bit unlucky. You were saying marginally. I'll get Mikey to get that back for us again. I still want to go back to that like before decision. I think that was wicket to wicket. Played away down behind square. That's 1. I don't know if there's a suspicious blade of grass that you saw the ball land on. I'll get Vidya Ramphal's views on it when he comes on as well. But I thought that he was gone for all money there. Let's have a look. Look at this. In fact, this is not it. This is the boundary that Jagisa just beautifully stroked through the offside. There's Ramdeen. Again, right through him. And just probably an inside edge.
Well, only an inside edge could have saved him there, because that was cannoning into the middle stick.
But bowling here by Ramdeen, I'm impressed with him. Started well here for Fatima College.
So a lot happening out in the middle. Khan needs to come to the party here by allowing Justin Jagisa to regain the strike. So what Fatima College is doing really well, they're not serving up boundary deliveries, and they're just allowing Justin Jagisa to stay off strike, which is not really helping the course of the Presentation batting unit.
Look at this again, Anil.
Yeah, Vinod, I'll put all my money that I have in First Citizen Bank on the line. It's definitely marginally outside the leg stump.
I'm still saying
maybe
no. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, maybe a millimeter outside the line of the leg stump, Vinod.
Anil, you need to take your money from First Citizen Bank and see an optometrist. That was out. It was a really poor decision by the umpire. After 3, it's 11 without loss.
Well, again, the umpires are definitely coming into question here tonight. Last night they had a poor night, I must admit, and it just continues on and on.
Well, you can just imagine Presentations College coach Kelman Cowler said, the president of the Umpires Association, I don't think he'll be very happy with that decision. Do you think, Anil?
Well, I'm sure he's going to definitely have a look and, possibly have a meeting with these guys, because they have been way below par in these 2 games.
On the legs, single for Khan.
So the run rate continues to climb. It's just about 9.6. And I'm just asking myself the question, the likes of Dylan Balkaran might have been well advised to come out with Justin Jackson because Khan is not really being effective. And we into the fourth over in the power play, and the scoring has not gone anywhere from that vantage point.
So it's going to be Mack from the far end to continue. He has been good as well. Jackson is driving. Probably an edge.
That one was struck. That ball struck Justin Jackson just outside the line of the off stump, having played a shot.
Well, the umpire is signaling Jackson's hips.
Well, that was a lot closer, I must admit, than that
Anil,
ball.
that was out.
That was stealing back very, very sharp indeed from outside the line of the
Let's
off
have a look
stump.
let's have a look at that again. I'm about to give up here, Anil. That to me was out.
So Justin Jackson definitely struggling here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Haven't not
Look
played.
at this. Look at this, Anil. Pitching, seaming in, and definitely taking middle or leg.
But when you look at where Justin Jackson was progressing to, possibly the distance that the ball had to travel may have come into the consideration of the umpire with the distance that the ball has to travel. That's the only thing I can see. But from my naked eyes, having just visited the optometrist, that would be my conclusion.
Edged, dog the third man. And that's 4. Well, that was a poor bit of fielding there.
Well, I tell you what, Coach Patty, you would be a happy camper at all. A regulation stop. And my goodness.
Could this be the point that can tease off?
Well, for the benefit of the game, one would hope so. That, he really comes to the party.
Well, he's on 7.
Because if the presentation continue to struggle at this rate that they're scoring, I'm sure by over number 10, it would be done and dusted.
This is a good line. Good length by Mack. Yes, bowling those hard lengths. He's getting the ball to seam in to the right-handers. I thought Jagisa was a bit lucky. End of the over, the end of 4. It's 18 without loss. It's all happening here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
And I must admit, the umpires, they are the center of attention. Not the batters, not the bowlers, not the fielders, but the umpires. They've come under some considerable pressure here. Really not coming to the party here.
Presentation College bench, wearing a worried look.
So the opening bowlers for Fatima College doing exactly what Coach Patty would have asked of them. Stemming the tide.
So it's going to be Mahis. Starts with a wide.
So is it now with the third bowling option and the fourth bowling option to come in, we could see a change of attitude in terms of the intent from the presentation batters?
Yeah, I think Khan needs to understand that he's really soaking up deliveries. He needs to do something about it. Makes no sense you just hang around when you have such a big target to go at. At least try to get Jagisa on strike.
Yeah, at the moment he's just struggling. But, all kudos to the Fatima bowlers. They're just sticking to that plan. Bowling wicket to wicket. Bowling straight, taking away the levers, not allowing the presentation batters any width on offer.
The Fatima opening bowlers, they've been very, very good indeed. Ramdeen and Mac. Slow delivery. He's driving and driving well through the offside. That's 4. And Presentation College would need to see a lot more of that from Khan.
Yeah, so a welcome boundary there for Presentation College, taking the aerial route just a bit fuller in length from Mahis, and Khan lofting that ball over extra cover for a welcome boundary.
Khan seems to be one of those players who loves to play through the line. He loves the ball in the zone, the hitting zone.
But what I would like to see,
to move across the crease comfortably. Never really tries to get behind the line as well, judging from what I've seen here. There he is. This is well played. That's 4 more to Khan. So Khan now, he goes on to 15, and the score is 27 without loss.
But what I'd love to see from Khan is to possibly try and take the bowlers off a bit in terms of possibly taking a step down the track, give the bowlers something else to think about rather than just running up and bowling on a spot.
Yeah, but I think at this point in time, he needs to do nothing really with Mahis into the attack. Mahis is doing it all on his own. He's having issues with his line. He seems to have a rather big shoe.
It looks like a size 12.
A lot of noise coming from the crowd at the northwestern side of the ground. Oh, this is good. This is good intent here shown by Khan. He goes on to 16. S. Khan, not to be confused with Shah Rukh Khan, but S. Khan.
So it brings skipper Justin Chagasa back on strike.
Required weight has hovered around 9.39, 9.5, around there after the first 2 overs.
But with every dot delivery, that required run rate continues to climb. So it's important from a presentation team perspective that they continue to try as much as possible to bring that rate down to that 7-8 runs per over. So what is required is really a couple of big overs here in the power play with just an over to go. They need a really big over to bring them back.
Under pressure, misfield. So the Fatima boys, they have not been too good in the outfield tonight. At the end of over number 5, is it? There's still a delivery to go. No, in fact, yep, still 1 delivery. Mahis is still bowling. See, your friend with your ramp file, you should make an application to him to borrow this. It'll help your eyesight, Anil.
I would prefer visit the optometrist.
Outside the off stump, and it's the end of the over finally. So at the end of 5, I will leave you to carry on that discussion with Vidya Ramphal as we take a short break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Presentation College Chaguanas 29 without loss after 5 overs. At the same time, Fatima College were 44 without loss, so a huge disparity already between the 2 scores. But they haven't lost a wicket yet. Required run rate at 9.53. Cut away nicely. Got a hand to it. And they still managed to get this single, so is that Mahes who's continuing from the northern end? That is in fact Siwa. Siwa, in fact, number 14.
Siwa has the responsibility of bowling the final over in the power play.
That's right. Number 14, so he's on the money, isn't he? City without loss here, Presentation College Chaguanas, and many of people watching out there who were supporters of All Boys, supporters of Presentation, I'm sure they would have in mind that Presentation College Chaguanas, Presentation College San Fernando clash in the final. That would certainly be, I don't think we've ever seen one of those before, but that would certainly be something that they would hope to see. Right now, it's looking not like a possibility, but if they can bat well here, Presentation College, within the next 5 overs or so, see what can happen. They'll pick up a single, and that's nice aggressive running here between Jagisar and Khan. And so far they haven't gotten off to a great fast start, but they've ticked all the other boxes so far, I know.
Well, what is interesting indeed, video is the fact that Khan, you know, he's coming to his own and he's helping the likes of Jagisar, you know, to allow to build himself into his innings.
Oh, that's going to run away down to the wide third man region for 1. This fielder out there. 2 opening bowlers, the first 2 bowlers did a good job. Just 4 runs in the first 12 balls. So it remains, and then 18 runs in the first 4 overs. So good start here for bowling wise for Fatima College. Well, it's all in their favor right now at the moment.
Yeah, everything is in their favor this time. And what they've done really well at the start of the innings, from a bowling perspective, they've done the simple things with there, which is to put the ball in the right areas.
Another single here for Presentation College Chaguanas. And things are going along nicely here for Fatima College, but for Presentation College Chaguanas, they need a sort of a disruptor innings to happen at this point. Someone has to change the course of this game. Right now, the trajectory of this game is going towards a Fatima win. Unless somebody takes the game at the scruff of the neck or in a red shirt or a red uniform, this game, Fatima College will be playing in that finals.
Indeed.
4. That's 4. From the time it left the bat, you knew that was going to hit the boundary ropes. And that was short and pulled away. And Jagisar was in position so early there, he just sort of leaned into it. And uppishly didn't seem to move the front foot very much. But he got in position quickly, and that's a nice boundary.
Yeah, Justin Jagisar just jabbing that ball away on the onside and did it spell away. So that short hand jab came, that bottom hand came into that shot very, very early indeed. And that helped him tremendously in tugging that ball through the onside. So good signs from a Presentation team.
Last ball of the power play. Will he get a single this time? He does. Well, that's a rather wayward throw. Not sure who he was aiming that at, but if he is throwing that at the non-striker's end, the person backing up had to be 20 feet tall to catch that ball. End of the over, at the end of 6, it is 38 without loss.
So nobody moving here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. All the spectators, they are switched on. They're just taking in the action ball by ball. And I must admit, if Justin Jagisar and his opening partner Khan could continue for a considerable period of time, let's say until the 10th over, the score gets anywhere between 80 to 90 runs after 10 without loss video, we could be in for a very, very interesting night here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
And those supporters who we just saw, they'd be looking a lot happier, the Presentation College supporters. So has to be a bit of a change here. And it just takes one bad over for that change to happen. Now, young Joshua Davis is going to continue here. He's the 5th option for the Fatima College team. Davis got 56 not out. In the last 3 overs, he played 3 outstanding sweep shots, 2 reverse sweep shots, and then 1 slog sweep that went for 6 behind square on the leg side. That was a shot of pure class.
Indeed, that was a sumptuous
First delivery from Davis, and he's limping here slightly, and this is not the first time we've seen him limp. Now, he's played an innings of 56 earlier, and it looks from the way he's treating it's a touch of cramp piano.
Yeah, indeed. He's just trying to stretch out those toes there, enabling himself to get some blood into that area, to get some blood flow.
Yeah, I think they're calling for maybe an energy drink of sorts.
Possibly a salt prunes, may just
well, in
do
fact,
the trick here for him.
Well, they were trying to get the fielder on with the energy drink, but umpire Leonard has had none of that. He said after the over, you have to continue here. So let's see if they can take advantage here, Presentation College Chaguanas. Well, that one turned back in rather, not sharply, but it turned in appreciably from the line of the ball, maybe a good 30 degrees or so if we were to get the protractor out there. Take a look at this. Look at how much it turns.
Yeah, Justin Jagisa was just looking to get onto the back foot and crash that ball through extra cover, but it was spinning back, not sharply, but just enough to cramp him, from being able to execute that back foot punch.
Not much turn this one. This time, last one spat back like a disgusted Arsenal fan. And there are quite a few of the last few weeks, especially as Arsenal have drawn their last 3 games. But I digress. 6.5 overs gone. Presentation College Chaguanas 39 without loss here. And Davis has started well. Just 1 run off his first 3 deliveries. High up into the air. There's a fielder coming around. He is not going to get there. And they get 1. Now, why didn't they get the second run? Now, I think the fact is that Khan was so disappointed with the shot that he just pulled out of the second run completely.
Well, I thought for a moment that he had given up in terms of being dismissed, and Justin Jagisa was screaming for him to come down at the other end. But it was always going to elude the fielder there. But Joshua Davis, he knows Justin Jagisa.
Cut away straight to the fielder. And that's picked up there easily. And Jagisa just rehearsing the shot. He knows that maybe just a few degrees finer and that would have run away for 4. Certainly there's a huge gap out there behind square. Yeah, that is a wide. The crowd were calling wide before the umpire signaled.
Yeah, Joshua Davis going for that arm ball, just not getting his reader right.
And certainly there's a fair amount of spectators here. I had a look outside, and the car park away to the right of the Brian Lara Cricket Academy certainly is full. Guided away into the gap this time. This could get there to the boundary. And certainly not the full-blooded cut shot that we saw earlier. This one he waited just a little bit and dabbed it behind square for 4.
So a deft touch indeed by Justin Jagisa. Just allowed that ball to come on to him and take it. He did played it off the wicket keeper's glove between that third man and backward point position, and it raced into that third man boundary. So a very welcome boundary for Presentation Chaguanas, but more importantly, Justin Jagisa just seems to be changing gears at this stage of the innings.
Yeah, just a slight change of the gears. In fact, it's maybe just between the first and second at the moment. But yeah. I think he will come along. Presentation College have scored in this tournament at 7.125 and over, which is slightly less than Fatima College for the tournament, 7.24. And that's where they've been good, Presentation College Chaguanas. However, in their last game, they got along at a snail's pace, 4.45 versus St. Mary's College Presentation. That game, they really felt that St. Mary's were going to go through to the semi-finals, but St. Mary's collapsed alarmingly at the end, and that's why they're not here.
Well, that's been a story for St. Mary's College during the course, during the season at the SSCL competition.
Yeah, losing too many wickets in succession.
Yeah,
that's what's been happening.
Losing wicket in clusters does not help the situation at all.
the pad will get one here. What they haven't done here is to give away a lot of boundaries here. Presentation, that's Fatima College.
Well, I think now Joshua Davis, he's kept the likes of Zachary Siwa on for the second over, and I'm sure, you know, he's going to be asking Zachary to try and get the likes of Justin Jaggis, you know, out. If Justin Jaggis stays to the end of this game video, we could be in for a very, very interesting evening indeed.
Shorter one from Siwa. This could be caught. The keeper's coming around, and he takes it. There's the first wicket, and Presentation College have lost Jagisaw. He's gone for 20, and Siwa celebrates, silences the crowd away to our right, and that is a big wicket indeed. The important wicket of Jagisaw gone for 20.
Yeah, big breakthrough here by Zachary Siwa. Skipper Joshua Davis asking Siwa and trying to hoik that ball from outside the line of the off stump, not getting inside the line to play that delivery. Only succeeded in hitting that ball miles into the midnight skies, and Justin Jaggis has to leave for a well played 20.
Well, you look at how the Fatima College team celebrated that victory, and you know the size, the enormity of that wicket there for them. Now, Justin Jaggisa is gone. Luke Alley has come out to do battle for his team. Now, he's had some good scores in this competition, and certainly there will be no let-up here. Now, he's not a batsman who's going to take the game by the scruff of the neck, but he's going to pick up runs here, Luke Alley, if he gets going. So there has to be a sizable partnership between these two. 46 for the opening wicket, as you can see there, between Jagisaw and Khan.
But for Luke Ali and the likes of Khan and Dylan Balkaran and company, that required run rate is just hovering now around that 10.
Once it goes beyond that, it's going to be serious problems, and scoreboard pressure is going to start to exert an even bigger influence here on the course of this innings of Presentation College Chaguanas.
So Luke Ali will have to start his innings immediately in terms of getting going. There wouldn't be no honeymoon period in terms of trying to feel his way in. He'll have to go hard from ball one.
Well, he's gone hard first, and that's gone for 4. That would have gone straight to first slip, but it came onto him a lot faster than he expected, and he was halfway through positioning himself for that pull shot, and that one flew past first slip for 4.
Well, I tell you what, with the midnight skies and the dew factor here at the Brown Cricket Academy, that ball did slide off that pitch there at an alarming pace. It did surprise the batter, but the wicketkeeper, he had absolutely no chance whatsoever to hold that in.
Yeah, that was too wide of Fernandez there, who took the catch to dismiss Jagisaw for 20, 46 for 1 at that point, and the 50 is up, and it came up just like that. An edge it would have carried to first slip. Better hear from Ali, and he will move on to 5. It is, we have to repeat, not the easiest of conditions to field in. As you can see there, as you saw in that close-up, it is still fairly moist out there, and when you're a fielder, you have to change direction. It can be very perilous to your ankles and your knees.
Well, the change of direction, if you don't have the proper footwear as well, you could find yourself in some tremendous problem.
Yep. A day for the long spikes, Anil. Lifted that. The fielder is coming round. Not going to get there, though. And that just drops and stays. It could be a run out here. That is, well, Khan got back in. I tell you what, that ball just dropped and stopped as if it was hit by a 9-iron. But the field, once you hit it high enough here, it's not going to travel. You're not going to get value for your shots.
But what we have seen as well, Vidya, is that sometimes when it's hit into the outfield, because of the dampness, it's not really traveling.
That's right. And, the umpire is just having a look at something here. This is umpire Leonard. Just to remind you, umpire Hansraj Das is the presiding umpire. He's at the other end. I think he was having a look at the crease itself. Maybe there's because the pitch is a little bit softer, it's being scuffed up. He's not quite seeing the lines. Pull big wicket. Can is gone. And Siwa has taken a second wicket in the over.
So a brilliant delivery from Zachary Siwa, changing the pace there, bowling that slower leg cutter. And off goes the off ball there. So Presentation Chaguanas losing one of their set batters in Khan, and they are now, after 8 overs, 53 for 2. Presentation Chaguanas needing a further 119 runs from 72 balls. And if Fatima College continues to chip away at the wickets, it's going to be...
So Balkaran is going to come in to do battle now. And Dylan Balkaran has a big task here. And now, what is the effect of this last over? You look back, before the start of that over, 45 without loss, good going, nice and easy start here from Presentation College. They were building up momentum, but then, second ball of the over, Jagesa goes for and perhaps an injudicious pull shot, is caught behind for 20, and then can just he was outfoxed really by a slow delivery. He's gone. A double wicket strike in that 8th over. Is that the turning point in this innings for Presentation College?
It just may be the turning point video in this contest. Zachary Siwa, what a quality performer he is, coming to the party here. Joshua Davis giving him the opportunity to come and bowl in the power play and outside of the power play and making an immediate impact indeed. You know, prying out the 2 set batters, and at this stage with the run rate just hovering around that 9.92, it's going to take a couple of balls, at least maybe a over or 2 for these 2 batters to get into their stride.
Davis to continue. They get a 1, and that was a fairly risky single, but I think they recognized that the fielder was back on his heels and almost up to the edge of the circle, and they caught him unawares there.
But Fatima would not be too disturbed by the batters taking singles from now to the end of the innings. It's not going to hurt them video. What they'll want to do is to try and contain these Presentation batters from getting boundary balls. Well,
you said that when I asked you earlier, you did say that in those exact words, they had to keep the boundary balls down, and they certainly have done that so far. And that's certainly in contrast to what happened earlier. Presentation gave up a lot of boundaries earlier, especially to Ramdeen, who you have to say batted very well, got 56. And then Davis and Siwa, they applied a very good finish in the end. Straight to the fielder. No run this time.
But both Joshua Davis and Zachary Siwa, they batted with that kind of maturity that at no stage they had looked, to be in trouble. They were rotating, they were getting 7, 8, 9 per over, which is ideal in this format.
Faster one that time. That you didn't know too much about that one. A couple have turned in. That one we just pushed it through. Played all around that one. Balkaran just stepping away, trying to gather his thoughts here. And Fatima College in charge. I tell you what, if they do go on to win today, that's going to be a great present to former Fatima captain who's celebrating his birthday today. Sure you know that I'm talking about Akil Hussain. He's 30 today.
Well, just want to wish Akil Hussain, many more birthdays.
Many more happy returns too, and another single here. They think about a second, but they're sent back. Oh, and the batsman has taken a knock, but did he get that on the pads? He seems to be okay. Yeah, Akil Hussain, who would have captained Fatima College just around 2010, 2011 or so. He was turning 30 today, and here's what a story he carries with him.
Indeed, someone who has shown that, he's got that mental toughness, to achieve anything possible that he sets himself about.
On driven, and they will get one. They're not going to get the second, are they? No, they won't. Fielder was on to it. Siwa was there quickly. A rather wild return from Siwa. A lot of adrenaline out there. Just to return to Akil Hussein for a moment there as the over comes to an end. 56 for 2. Nicholas Puran, I believe it was, wrote a nice little tribute to him. He was talking about the fact that Akil Hussein came from one of the depressed areas in Trinidad, Laventille. If you're not from Trinidad, it's certainly an area that has been racked with crime over the years. And he talked about, Puran talked about the fact that here's this young man who comes from this community and has done wonders. He's conquered the world in so many ways with his cricket. And it's a great story when you think about how far he's come.
Well, it's indeed a great story, and it just goes to show that even in these areas that are stigmatized by crime, there are still youngsters there vying to conquer the world. That's
right, and Akil Hussein certainly flying the banner of Laventille all over the world. He's been at the IPL, of course, Pakistan Super League, and in the Big Bash, so he's been flying around the world, and certainly, I'm sure, creating a lot of pride for the people of his area, Laventille. 56 for 2 here, 9 overs. Yes, Anil, you wanted to add something?
And also doing a tremendous job for the West Indies team as well.
Yes, of course. Siwa's going to continue, gets another over after that double wicket strike in the last one. Flicked away. Nobody's going to catch that today. That's going to bounce away towards the boundary. And they should have gotten 3. Why did they not get 3 there, Anil? I don't know, but they only got 2. That ball was inches away from the rope.
Well, I guess Luke Ali possibly thinking to himself that at this stage he possibly needs to take the majority of the batting. I'm not sure, but I'm just thinking that he just seems to be, timing the ball a lot better than Dylan Balkaran.
3 fielders outside of the ropes on the offside. Now there is a fielder who's going to go out towards the boundary. That's Mahes, I believe, who's going to go out there. And so Ali is going to be aware of that now, because that's a similar shot to the last delivery will be straight in his hands. Should get 1 here. Oh, they're hesitating. And eventually it's a poor throw. And they got back for the second run. But that was almost deadly for them.
Yeah, indeed. A more pinpoint accurate throw would have had the likes of Luke Ali in a lot of trouble there. But as they say, a fortune favors the brave. But at this stage of the innings as well, Vidya, Presentation College, they do have to take some risks as well in order to try and stay in this contest.
Yeah, they do. It's do or die at this point, because you lose, you go home. There's no final for you. So they're taking some risks now. That should be 2 more. They're calling for 2. And another poor throw, and they get back for 2. So Ali is chancing his arm here. Now you're only going to be lucky for some point. One of these is bound to find a fielder at some point, but he's giving it a try here.
Well, I think what's working in Luke Ali's favor is that the guy feeling the fieldsman at that backward point boundary doesn't have the strongest of throws as well. So possibly Joshua Davis might just be well inclined to possibly make a field change with someone who's got a stronger arm.
Yeah, what you would want to your players with the strong arms out on the outfield. This is a fairly large outfield for these youngsters. Good delivery here from Siwa. And he's wondering, did that pass between the stumps? It has happened before. We can assure him it didn't. That was a good delivery.
Siwa comes in from the southern end. And Swan pitches in line and shapes away at the last moment. What a jaffa of a delivery from Zachary Siwa.
Yeah, it just seemed away at the last moment there. And Siwa producing another wicket-taking delivery here, but not being rewarded this time. This could go to the fielder. He's coming across. Drops in front of him. And again, the crowd calling on the fielder. Maybe he should have done better, but I could tell you from our angle, that was dropping well in front. He had no chance to get that.
He had absolutely no chance whatsoever. But Luke Ali, he's really taking the game on here, Vidya, trying to get that required run rate, of 10 runs per over, and he's succeeded thus far in scoring 8 in this over.
Full delivery. Umpire says not out. They do get the single, so that's 9 runs off the over. Yes, the leg by is confirmed by the umpire, and that is 9 runs off the over. So that is a good riposte here from Luke Ali and Presentation College Chaguanas. So after 10 overs, 65 for 2. They need to do a bit more, and it was a flighted delivery that time from Siwa, but as you can clearly see there, that was going down the leg side.
But Zachary Siwa, he's working his way into a man of the match performance here, Vidya, at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, having scored 40 odd, getting 2 for 24 of 3 overs. What can this young man do?
Well, we'll shed more light on the way this game is going after a short break. Welcome back. Presentation College 65 for 2 after 10 overs in the semi-final. It's the semi-finals of the Secondary Schools Cricket League, and of course sponsored for the last 20, I think it's around 30 years now that POWERGEN has been involved in secondary schools cricket. So certainly kudos to them. It is a fight here for the chance to join Presentation College San Fernando in the Presentation College San Fernando in the finals. Which team will it be? Right now it looks that it's going to be Fatima College. In the meantime, there's another bowling change, and this is Malik Lewis coming into bowl. Oh, is that a stumping chance? The umpire says no. He's turned it down immediately, but that one certainly turned away from the bat there of the batter. Is that Luke Ali who was trying to play that one onto the leg side?
Yeah, going across the line of flight is Luke Ali. They're making absolutely no contact whatsoever. But a very close stumping chance. Had we had the opportunity for a replay, you know, it would definitely be interesting to say the least with you.
And there's Lewis, not the tallest of men, still a youngster. A lot of these players from this Fatima team are in the region of 16 and 17 years old. Several of them play for the national under-17 team. Another good delivery here. This one searching for the ball outside the off stump.
So Luke Ali looking for whatever spin is on offer, but the ball is just sliding off the surface. So he's just continuing on the line that it's pitched on. So he needs to make some subtle adjustment, possibly just try and get closer to the delivery. Maybe a video just possibly retake his guard, maybe bat an off stump so that he could get closer to the delivery.
Well, he has retaken the guard, but it seems that he's going more for middle and leg. Malik Lewis took 3 for 12 against Naparima College, one of the big reasons why Fatima College are here. Oh, yes. Another good delivery. That's 4 deliveries in a row. He's beaten Ali. And Ali has a wry smile on his face now. And he is has to work this out. He has to find a way to get Malik Lewis away, because if Lewis comes up with a couple more overs in this vein, it could be well done and dusted here for Presentation College Chaguanas.
Yes, indeed. And Luke Ali should be looking to play that deft touch behind backward point, possibly that back cut with the ball being pitched on just about outside off stump.
Change in line and a change in result. Just one this time, Fatima College. Well, Davis is down here, and you know, he had a attack of cramp in a couple overs ago when he was bowling. Also, in the first over, he went down hobbling. So I think he's carrying a little bit of an injury. He certainly didn't show that when he was batting. But it could be the result of that long vigil out there earlier.
And the conditions, I must admit, is very challenging indeed. It's very heavy. So it does take a lot out of the individual in terms of their mobility.
Well, not heavy enough that you'd want to have an Adidas Predator running out there in the outfield, but I get your point. Again, can't seem to locate the ball. That's 5 of the 6 deliveries that Ali has failed to score. Just 1 run in that over. An excellent over by Malik Lewis. And Presentation College Chaguanas a 66 for 2 at the end of 11 overs.
So it's been a struggle from the inception of the Chaguanas innings, and that struggle has continued. But what is in favor of Fatima College, that required run rate has plummeted to 11 3/4. So at this stage, it will take a really huge effort from one of these guys batting out to the middle, or someone has to really come out and play a blinder to keep the Presentation College team in this contest.
Well, earlier, while Jagisar was out there, it was under 10. Now that he's gone, and then we had the wicket of Khan going just after that, it has risen rather sharply to 11.78. So it's getting away from Presentation College Chaguanas here. And as you mentioned, somebody has to play that disruptor innings to change the course, the trajectory of this game. They have to find a way to do it.
Well, at this stage, it's either you go hard or you go home. Vidya, there's no place in this contest here to come second. Only the winner will have the luxury of going to the final.
It looks like it's going to be Mahes to continue here. He bowled his first over from the northern end, and he's been switched round here to the southern end of the ground. Oh, that was a return catch. Did well to get down to it. It's always very difficult to field on your follow through, but that one came back to him in a flash, and he did well to get a hand on that.
So Luke Ali looking to really press the accelerator here, trailing that ball back to the bowler, but that was traveling at a rate of knots. He did extremely well to parry the ball.
Technically a drop chance, but I would put it down to save 2 runs. Oh, good delivery. Good delivery. And the youngster, yeah, he does very well here. Ali just inspecting the bottom of his bat. Not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if there a few shots from the bottom of the bat were missing with that Yorker.
Yeah, he was jamming down on that delivery. That Yorker was tapped on the crease area, not allowing Luke Ali any opportunity to get under that delivery.
Oh, that one just outside the off stump, and he was trying to drive that one straight. And with each dot ball that we're seeing here, it's getting more and more desperate here for Presentation College Chaguanas. You're going to see more shots like this.
Well, I tell you what, at this stage now, Vidya, it really will require something extremely special. It's no longer a special effort needed. It has to be something extremely special to keep this presentation unit in the contest.
8 dot balls in the last 9 deliveries. Good one again. And they allow the single. I mean, we could have been a bit more aggressive in the fielding there, but that's just the second run in the last 10 balls.
So Presentation College not helping themselves at all. Every dot ball is like goal at this stage of the innings. I'd like to say a special good night to Daniel and Stephen, who were selected for the Southwest on the 13 team. We want to wish you guys well.
And who's Daniel and Stephen? Just their last names?
Stephen Mohammed, Daniel Mohammed.
Great. Congratulations to you two guys. Full toss straight to the fielder. That's not going to hurt the Fatima College team at this point. They're picking the fielders. There's a big gap between backward point and that extra cover position. And he found the fielder.
But I'm going to ask you this question. Do you think at this stage the Presentation College do have a sting in their tail?
Yeah, well, if they do have one, they're going to have to find it very quickly, because something has to happen at this point. It's all well and good. You're 67 for 2 coming up to the end of the 12th over. Good bowling. This is very good bowling here from Mahes, and you see the frustration on Luke Ali's face and from his reaction. That is excellent bowling from Mahes. He's just firing in the Yorkers, and after 12 overs, Presentation College Chaguanas are 67 for 2. 2 runs in the last 2 overs.
Yeah, so Fatima College doing exactly what the doctor ordered, which is to strangle this presentation batting unit, and they've done a tremendous job in doing so. It's been very good execution indeed from Mahes and his entire bowling group in terms of stemming the flow. And what is happening now is the required run rate has gone above 13 and over. So what that says, you need to score at least 2 maximums now per over to keep Presentation College into the contest.
So that's 2 runs scored off the last 2 overs. 10 dot balls in those last 2 overs. That's a run coming down the track. The pressure is told, and that is the wicket. And Lewis has taken his first of this contest.
Dylan Balkaran feeling the pressure of that required run rate, deciding to come down the track. Nowhere close to that delivery. Malik Lewis seen Dylan Balkaran coming down, just pushing that delivery wide outside the line of the off stump, and the wicketkeeper had the simple task of just removing the bail. But for Presentation College, it continues in that downward spiral, having lost another wicket in the piece.
Well, after that those outstanding last 2 overs there from Lewis and from Mahace, it was bound to happen. Something had to give, and it was Balkaran deciding to come down the track and let go a real haymaker. Didn't make contact, and it was the easiest of stumpings there for Fernandez, who's now taken a catch and has had a stumping in the innings so far. Presentation College Chaguanas 67 for 3. And that's good bowling from Lewis here. Just hanging it up outside the off stump and just let the little bit of turn that he put onto it do the rest.
But what was impressive from the likes of Malik Lewis, he had an excellent over in his previous over, and he just continued in that same vein.
Yeah, he's made the change here, hasn't he, since he's come on. That's only his 7th delivery, just 1 run scored off these 7 deliveries. Brandon Phillip is the new batsman. Oh, almost a collision. That would have been disastrous for those two. Chance at a run out here. Oh, that's a poor throw. A better throw, and I tell you what, Phillip would have been stranded there.
Yeah, he would have been a goner by a long, long way. He wasn't even in the frame at that stage when that ball was thrown into the wicketkeeper.
All looking very rosy here for Fatima College. That can change in the matter of an over, but it doesn't seem that over will be coming right now, at least with Lewis on the ball. Full toss, and only going to get 1, possibly 2, and they do get 2 in fact. And almost run out. It was a very, very long throw, but he was able to execute it very accurately, but they were able to get 2 there.
So excellent cricket on both for the batters and the fielder on the boundary, picking up and rifling that return back to the wicketkeeper.
Full toss, 4. That's not going to run away for 4. The fielder did get a hand on it, but not enough, and that is another boundary. And that is a welcome boundary here for Presentation College Chaguanas. They need a lot more of those.
Well, is it a case of little too late here for Presentation College video?
Yeah, that could certainly be the case here, but it remains to be seen. And those supporters buoyed there by that boundary, but they will know. You can see from the worried looks on their faces, they need some more and a lot more of that.
Well, what he has done is he has brought a smile, even if it's temporary in nature. You know, he's brought a smile back onto those Presentation supporters.
Oh, that was, he almost left his crease there. It was a wide delivery, as called by the umpire, but I tell you what, the batsman just seemed to be going a walkabout there, as the Australians say. Look at what happens here. He just overbalances. Wow, that was close. Fernandez, to his credit, he was just waiting for the opportunity. Well, the umpire allows that one. That one looked, I guess that he could get away with that.
Yeah, and again, these lines that we see a video, it's only a guide for the umpires. It's always in the umpire's opinion to make that final call.
This could carry. The fielder's coming for it and drops it. He got to it, but couldn't hold on. And almost a run out.
So it's all
dangerously.
So it's all happening here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Presentation College doing their endeavor best to stay this contest. Fatima College trying to close this game off and secure a spot into the finals of the secondary schools T20 series.
Yeah, he got it, but he wasn't in the best position here to hold on to that catch. And Presentation College here looking a little bit excited because that one went down. They've been dealt another good hand here, 77 for 3. By comparison, at this point, Presentation College, after 13 overs, they brought up their 100 in the 13th over, so they are well adrift at this point.
Yeah, and by quite a great number as well. 23 is the difference. But just remember the innings that Joshua Davis and Zachary Seawer played. You know, it was an innings, you know, where they both assessed exactly what was required to take Fatima College to a total of dominance.
Yeah, the difference really has been in this match so far. Presentation College not producing the goods with the ball early in the innings. They allowed the opposition to go along at 8.5 and over in the first 10 overs. They tightened up things after that. There was that brilliant run out of Aditya Ramdeen for 56, but they never carried on from there. And that was the potential turning point in the match. That's just going to be one this time, but not a lot of boundaries here.
So, Coach, Patty would be a very happy man at this stage with the run rate now 13 3/4, 13.76 and over. He could almost tell himself now that Fatima College will be playing in that final.
Nicely driven. This could be one. Every run scored by Presentation College is met by an enormous roar away to our right, where their supporters have camped en masse.
Well, I'll tell you what, their supporters have not given up the ghost just yet, Vidya. And I will still ask you the question, is there a sting in the tail?
My answer has remained the same. Yeah, if you're a betting man, certainly it has to go to Fatima College at this point. Not a single.
Well, I can tell you, Vidya, my money's secured in the First Citizen Bank. It's not going to go anywhere else.
So we have established you do have money.
Yeah, in dollars and cents.
Dollars and cents. Okay, we'll accept that for now. Miguel Patti, remember we mentioned this earlier, he joined Fatima College in the year 2000, and none of these young men he's coaching right now were alive when he started coaching Fatima College. Nice stop there by the bowler. Yeah, he started in the year 2000. He's brought Fatima College one league title and one Intercol title, so they will be battling for a second one if the things stay as they are right now. But it's really at the junior level that they've been exceptional. They've won 11 under 14 titles and 13 under 16 titles during that period.
So he has done a tremendous job.
Slow one! Oh, he went through with that, and I think you can guess where that one hit him. Maybe just above the knee roll, I think. But, or maybe substantially higher than that. It was a slower one. You can see him just rolling. It was the knee. In fact, it wasn't as high as I thought. But that one certainly just hitting him on that unprotected area just above the knee.
Yeah, and that is a very painful blow indeed.
Yeah, and the bowler isn't express pace, but the fact that it's unprotected, so close to the joint, yeah, that one can certainly leave a mark tomorrow.
Yeah, so the physio, I'm sure, is going to get out there, possibly with the spray.
Yeah, it has been a busy day for the physios. Earlier we saw a really nasty collision between two fielders out there for Presentation College, and Alexander Chase, the left armer who opened the innings for Presentation College, in trying to field the delivery, two fielders were converging. They didn't communicate well enough, and then he got a knee to his jaw. We understand one of the reports coming in is that the collision was so severe that his braces flew out of his mouth.
Yeah, so you never want to see any collision of any sort, but when collisions of that nature, you know, sometimes it could be very frightening indeed. It could be sometimes life-threatening.
Thankfully, it wasn't in this case.
Yeah, but on that occasion, what we saw video is, unfortunately for Chase,
$80 for 3, one ball remaining in the 14th over, and Ali he's okay, Ali, to continue, but tell you what, he is stumbling around out there. And he tried to really pull that one round, but I think it hit him on just above the knee roll on the right side. He's still feeling that, so that certainly is going to hamper his running between the wickets.
But unfortunately for Alexander Chase. He's not going to take no further. I'm now being reliably informed that he is being padded up to bat if required.
So that's the end of the over. At the end of it, Presentation College Chaguanas are 80 for 3. And that's 7 runs in the over. At the same time, Fatima College were 111 for 2. So miles apart, poles apart here. And Presentation College will have to do something, and they'll have to do it quick.
Well, I'm not seeing exactly where it's going to come from. It's 92 required from 36 balls. It's almost 2.5 runs per ball now, and I could almost conclude that the possibility that Fatima College are going to be one of the second finalists.
Well, just to remind you, in case you're just joining us, Fatima College are bidding to become the finalists, and they will be joining Presentation College San Fernando, who beat Hillview College by 10 runs in the first semi-final last night. And certainly the great value of partnerships was displayed in that game, as it was in this one. And the batsmen who dominated certainly in that game and this one were able to lead their team to victory. Presentation College, remember, beat Fatima College in the league. It was a 1-wicket victory, a very narrow victory indeed in a low-scoring match. And revenge certainly has been on the cards here for Fatima College.
Well, one has to give kudos to this Fatima unit. What they have done really well during the course of this season until upon this time. They have improved with every game that they have played. And that is what makes them now. So here we're seeing Alexander Chase queuing up to go to bat.
Oh, he's in his uniform once again. That's a good sign. He has his bat in his hands. He doesn't have the helmet on, but the batter next to him does. So I think he's going to go in first, and Chase, if required, will be there. Powers that down the ground. 2 bounces and well stopped. Nicely done there on the boundary. It wasn't the easiest of stops there. That's Caden Mack. And they could have had another run, but they decide not to go for it.
Well, the supporters were more eager than the 2 batters to get that second run video. And it just goes to show that the level of support, that both teams are enjoying here at the Brian Cricket Academy. A lot is on offer. A place in the finals is what's up for grabs. And Fatima College is in the driver's seat.
Oh, back of the bat at that time. We'll get 1. Tried to take a leaf out of the book of Joshua Davis, but didn't quite achieve the same rate. So Fatima College might be on their way to the finals. Also, congratulations to Rio Clara West Secondary. They will meet Holy Name Convent in the girls' final, which will be played the same day as the boys' final next week. They got their True Super over yesterday, I understand, and it was a really exciting stuff down at PowerGen Sports Club. I'll give you some details in a moment. Should be another single. Both teams, they played against Irie High School in the semi-final. Both teams ended up with exactly 80 for 4. So there was no separating the teams. It went to a super over, and Rio Clara West, they got 16 runs in the super over. And Irie High School totaled 9, so it was Rio Clara that went through to the final. So congratulations to Rio Clara West. Well, is that a no ball? I think the umpire is waiting to put out his arm. Let's see what he says here. The square leg umpire, yes, it was a no ball. Even from here we could have seen that was certainly looking like it was above the waist level.
Yeah. And the umpires have really come under a lot of scrutiny in both these semi-finals here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
So a free hit now on offer here. And boundary at this point will certainly be a good starting point here for Presentation College Chaguanas. This is the kind of territory somebody like a Mahendra Singh Dhoni would you wouldn't bet against him if he were out there.
Yeah, the ultimate finisher is Mai.
Well, that one stays low. Oh, well, the bowler was retreating from the stumps. Had he been there, he might have effected what was an easy run out. But in the end, it's just going to be a dot ball Just to continue on the Girls Open tournament, well, Holy Name Convent, they got there in a contrasting fashion. They would have, Holy Name Convent, they would have restricted their opponent, St. George's College, to a very low total, and they got there 73 without loss, winning by 10 wickets. Well, he's going for another cute shot here, gets away with it all the way down to third man. So in the girls' final, it will be Holy Name Convent against Rio Claro West. That's going to be an interesting one.
Yes, indeed, Rio Claro West Secondary, they have been producing some very good female cricketers. So it's no surprise to me, Vidya, that they are into the final. But having spoken to the teacher who was in charge of the Irie girls team, the umpires again, was very, very poor indeed. According to his assumption, also being a National League umpire, he said that there were a lot of questionable decisions that went against Irie High School. So some things to the umpiring fraternity to definitely look into in terms of the quality or the lack of quality of umpires that continue to grace our cricket fields.
There's no cricket on the field, but there are bouncers in the commentary box. 86 for 3 after 15 overs. Presentation College need 86 runs from 30 deliveries. We'll be back with the end of this match in a few moments. Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Last 5 overs of the game between Presentation College and Fatima College, and it looks like an almost impossible task here for Presentation College. Chaguanas, they found themselves in a heap of trouble. They need 17.2 overs to win this one, 86 runs in 30 balls. And that was the first ball of the 16th over there from Mahes, who's bowled very well. And he's one of the smallest men out there. I tell you what, he's bowled very full and he has prevented these batters from getting any width, first of all, and they can't get the elevation to lift the ball in, to get those big boundaries. Ali, who is out there with Balkaran at the non-striker's end, they've been unable to really make a serious dent in the deficit right now, and they have been together since the 8th over. Since then, they've taken the score from 53 for 2 to 87 for 3, the third wicket going down. They haven't been able to do much here, these two batters. Here is Mahesh, who's put in a very good shift here today. Hit that well. Fielders coming around and does well to knock it away from the boundary. Good bit of fielding there from Fatima College. It hasn't been the easiest of conditions there in the outfield, Anil Lakan, but that was another fine bit of fielding there by Fatima College.
Yeah, extremely good piece of fielding from the fielder from long on there, moving about 10 meters to his right there and affecting that stop. But what we are seeing here is Luke Ali is not giving up the fight just yet. He is continuing to express himself here.
Aditya Ramdeen was the man who pulled off that nice stop just behind the bowler's arm, and he certainly is one of those who is in a position to be the man of the match. It was his early gallop with the bat in hands that really gave Fatima the advantage, and that certainly was compounded by Joshua Davis and Zachary Siwa later on.
Well, Zachary Siwa with 3 overs, 2 maidens, 24 runs, 2 wickets and scoring 40 odd. He would definitely be ahead in the queue for the Man of the Match award.
Yeah, it's certainly. This could be a run out here. Yes, he's gone. And that is the 4th wicket down. And Balkaran, well, that's Philip who's run out here, going for another run. It was never on. And 4 wickets down now. And the partnership has been broken. And Philip is out. He's walking back now. And Presentation College, Chaguanas, their hopes have almost been dashed here.
Well, if you ask me, that possibly could have been the final nail in the coffin, because the required rate is hovering around 19, and it will require not just something special, it will require an effort that really possibly someone scoring 50 in 10 balls or something of that nature to change the course of the scheme. At this stage, Fatima College is well on their way to be in the final.
Yeah, certainly 91 for 4. It doesn't look like there's going to be any way back here for Presentation College Chaguanas. And, well, it's just the last rites being administered here. And how Fatima College will be relishing this opportunity to get one over on their great rivals after they defeated them in the league competition. Fatima College finishing in 3rd place. Presentation College Chaguanas finishing in 2nd place, and of course Presentation College San Fernando, they went gate to wire as champions in the league, winning all 8 games.
Well, Presentation San Fernando, you know, he would want to go one more better in terms of...
Oh, that was not great fielding. Got through the fielder there. I'm not sure if he actually saw it coming. He just seemed to lose sight of it there, but really many in the crowd feel he should have come forward and taken that catch.
It's always difficult under the lights. I would tell you, a video would...
Yeah, and how Mahesh would have deserved a wicket today.
Yeah, he thoroughly deserves a wicket.
Rajesh Maharaj is the new batsman. Shorter delivery here. Now he doesn't have the advantage of height here, Mahesh, but he still got that one up past the shoulder of the batter. And that will bring to an end the 16th over. Presentation College Chaguanas on 93 for 4. Might be academic at this point, but just for the sake of comparison, Presentation College, they are significantly behind here. Fatima College, even though they were slowing down a little bit at this point, they were 123 for 2.
And that just shows the difference in terms of the maturity of the players from Fatima College, in terms of how well they were able to set that initial structure in terms of Aditya Ramdeen setting the platform. And we must take into account the excellent contributions from both Joshua Davis and Zachary Seawer to ensure that they got a total that was above, their expectations.
In some of the competitions, they give a prize to the impact player. And really, that impact player has to be Ramdeen, because I can tell you, even after he was dismissed, presentation looked very, very flat, even after they got him out. Yes, there was some celebration, but they never really seemed to recover their composure. This should be at least one here. Never really seemed to really get back their composure in the game, and just tells you how the impact that innings of Ramdeen had on their psyche in this match.
Well, opening the baton, I must admit that he did rattle the presentation bowlers, and scoring 50 odd at the top of the innings, he really took the wind out of that presentation unit.
And it never returned, it seems. Yep, well, he's going for it. He's not going to hold back here, Maharaj. Oh, he's not going for the second run. There could be a run out. Well, he got back. Ali got back in time, but buys the signal.
So it's more a case now of academic interest, if you ask me, a video in terms of Fatima College just trying to get the opportunity now to possibly explore a bit.
Well, it seems that the dream of the two presentation colleges facing off in the final might be done and dusted here. I know a couple of our colleagues have been watching this with keen interest. One in St. Lucia and one in Antigua at the moment. That was a quicker one outside the off stump. And it looks like our colleague in Antigua might be the one who's most disappointed.
No comments at all, video. So a clinical performance here from this Fatima outfit, led by Joshua De Silva and Joshua Davis, my apology.
Fuller delivery. Davis has just conceded 11 runs off the 17 deliveries he's bowled. So he's done his part here, the skipper. And this is a Fatima unit that look very ominous at the moment here. Short presentation College San Fernando will be looking on with great interest.
And I tell you what, Joshua Davis does have the responsibility of leading the North outfit against the South outfit in the North-South Classic, which comes up on Friday at the National Cricket Centre.
17 overs gone. Presentation College Chaguanas asked 97 for 4. And you can see what the situation is on the bench here for Presentation College Chaguanas. I think they have realized that the chance here is gone at the moment, unless something absolutely remarkable happens. It's 75 runs needed in 18 deliveries. Even the great MS Dhoni himself might not be able to pull this off.
Well, even the great IVA Richards might be, challenged to get anywhere close to that total.
Well, wouldn't you have loved to see IVA Richards, Sir Viv Richards, involved in T20 cricket? Wouldn't you have loved to see that?
Himself, the likes of Brian Lara, these guys are them.
Maybe a Seymour Nurse. It would have been interesting. Or the great Gary Sobers himself, who played, curiously, only one. Well, not curiously, obviously. It was just the early days of one-day cricket. He just played one-day international.
Wow. And when you look at the likes of Lawrence Rue,
we can only think of what could have been in that case, but T20 cricket is here, and it's here to stay. Hammers that away for 4. Nobody's going to catch that today or tomorrow. That was a shot of great quality. Stand and deliver. He just came down the track. You can just catch him here. Look at this. Bang that through the cover region for 4.
Well, he had only one thing on his mind, and that was to trash that ball. And did he do that in supreme style?
He's channeling his inner MS Dhoni there. Oh, that could be out. It's on the. It's taken. Yes, it is. Fernandez has his third dismissal of the innings, and that is the end of the innings here by Maharaj. Hit the previous one for 4, then tried to play a little curious little paddle sweep, and he's only given a catch to the wicketkeeper.
Well, I felt Maharaj wasn't sure what he wanted to do with this delivery, possibly just caught in two minds.
Well, he was caught by the wicketkeeper and in two minds at the same time. 101 for 5, and Presentation College Chaguanas sliding away to defeat here. Just gives us a chance here to look forward, perhaps to the final that most likely will happen. Fatima College versus Presentation College San Fernando. That's going to be an interesting proposition.
Yeah, both teams definitely will be, at their best. Presentation College unbeaten thus far for this entire season, so they're going to be putting their entire season on the line here for this T20 trophy.
Yeah, it's a remarkable season they've had. They've won 8 games in a row in the league competition. They've won the last 2 games quite convincingly in the T20. This is going to be 11 games in a row if they win the final, and they're going to be with a chance to win a rare double, the T20 and the league double.
Yeah, and they had a tremendous run in the 50-over contest, and they've taken that form into the T20 series. So, I mean,
they would start as favorites, wouldn't they?
They definitely will. But I tell you what, this Fatima outfit, they would definitely not lie down and die. They're going to be coming out all guns blazing to ensure that they could create an upset.
Alexander Chase is out there. Oh, he's hit this next one, and he's off the mark immediately. And Chase, as we talked about earlier, he did suffer that rather alarming-looking injury to his neck. Here he is out there immediately. He's a real fighter, you have to say.
Yeah, he is indeed a great fighter. But I tell you what, he's one of those guys that we'd refer as one of those yard fowls. He's very tough.
You'll have to explain that one because his family is not going to invite you back home there.
Yeah, he's a tough cookie, is Alexander Chase.
That's hit powerfully. That could be caught. It is caught and taken on the boundary by Mahes. And another wicket has gone down here. And Fatima College are running away with this one.
So Fatima continue to dominate this contest here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It's the second semi-final between Fatima College and Presentation College of Chaguanas. Presentation College at this stage, it's only a matter of formality now for this game to be finished. Luke Ali going all guns blazing, unable to really have that impact that could put his team into the final.
Yes, the end of the competition for Presentation College. We're just administering the last rites right now. But for Fatima College, just to dwell a little bit more on that final that could be, yes, Presentation College San Fernando are the team that will certainly be the favorites to win that final. But what about this Fatima College team? You talked about the good cricket they've been playing. This team, I was hearing, they will not be losing a single player for next season. All of their players are in the 16, 17-year range. So it means that they will play with this exact team next year. Now, most of the other teams are going to lose players. So we could see pretty much what we see this year. The dominance of Presentation, could it be the dominance of Fatima College next year?
Well, I tell you what, Presentation College, they have done their homework as well. They have a galaxy of young, exciting cricketers as well. So it's going to be Fatima, Presentation, San Fernando, the colleges that do have a lot of talent in their ranks going forward, possibly for the next 2 to 3 years.
Ramon Sao is the new batsman who is in, and so just going through the motions now with 2 overs and a ball to go here. And that final will be played next week, I understand, and we're so happy that we were able to bring the match to you today. And mainly because of the weather. When we got here today, Anil, it was rain, rain, and more rain. The groundsmen, they had all the covers on, and it really did not look like we were going to get any cricket at 6 o'clock. 6:20, the game started. Real credit to the staff here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, extremely a job well done by this Brian Lara Cricket Academy staff, ensuring that this game started, and you could see from our vantage point, the tremendous job that they have done to enable this game to get started.
And when the game did get started, what a start by Fatima College, racing out to 70 to 59 without loss after 6 overs. And the game was certainly won during that period. And you really have to say that Aditya Ramdeen's 56 certainly would have put them on the ideal platform. He really set it up on a plate for the likes of Joshua Davis and the likes of Zachary Seward to come in and put on the runs as they did afterwards.
Yeah, as I would refer to this performance from Fatima College, it's indeed a clinical performance. They've ticked all the boxes. A boot from a...
straight through him. That's the wicket for Davis. Oh, he's celebrating. Yeah. And who's that? That celebration reminds you of? I'm telling you, he's a fan of Mr. Mbappe.
So let's have a look at it again. A bull neck and crop by Joshua Davis.
And in case you're wondering, I know you don't watch football. That's Kylian Mbappe's celebration. Well, at least half of it. He didn't slide and do the other part of it, which you're not allowed to do.
So this game is done and dusted, if you ask me here, video.
Oh, come on. I think I'm a lot better looking. 106 for 7 here. 18.1 overs. And Fatima College looking to complete victory. And it's now going to be Enrico Premchand to come in. And there he is heading in right now. Had some very good performances for the season here. But unfortunately, like all of these Presentation College players, they're going to end up on the wrong side. And some words being exchanged. Very friendly between Davis and Premchand. Now, those two, of course, they would have played against each other at the zonal level also. So all of these players, there's very little to hide. They know each other. The cricket is on Cricket 360. One of the important functions of companies such as this is that many years ago, this type of cricket would not be seen. You'd read about it in the newspapers, and here you are. You can sit in your living room and you can get a chance to see the youngsters, the future of Trinidad and Tobago cricket.
And what it also provides as well, Vidya, for the various teams, it provides a platform. It provides a platform where the colleges could go back to these encounters and, get vital information going forward in terms of, for season 24 as well.
Preparation, yeah, and there's very little hiding. You will see players involved in these lower leagues and, of course, in secondary school leagues. Fatima College, all of these players would have, I understand, all of them would have been players who passed for Fatima College and came up through the ranks from 4-1 up to their current standards.
And I tell you what, not many colleges could boast of having a full pledge.
Oh, that's going to run away.
Of players.
Yes, that's right, and that's going to run away for 4. Down the leg side, Davis just spearing that one in, and just got the radar wrong this time. But that might be the only thing he's done wrong for the game. Certainly he's had a very good game, not only with the bat, but also with his captaincy. All of his changes have brought the desired effect.
Who's going to be your man of the match tonight, Vidya?
In terms of impact on the game, I really have to feel that, yes, Davis has done brilliantly, 56, and he's also had picked up a wicket here. But that Ramdeen innings really put something in the minds of the Presentation College team, really took it beyond them very early. Oh, that could have been a chance at a stumping. And the keeper just looking inquiringly at the square leg umpire, but it was very, very low and certainly very difficult to get the stumping there.
Yeah, one of those difficult takes that the wicketkeeper has to move laterally to hold in.
Just one this time, but on that point of moving laterally, that the right leg of the keeper is really the anchor leg. And the thing is, if you could have looked back at the replay, his right leg was not on the ground. His right leg was way up in the air. So as you can see here, look at the right leg. That's your anchor leg. So it has to be, he has to skip across to take the ball on the leg side and to be able to maneuver the ball back towards the stumps
so
to affect the
so
stumping.
he wasn't in a balanced position.
Not at all. They're going to get a run here, Davis. Oh, that's a good bit of keeping. It wasn't the best of throws there from Davis. Fernandez did well. I think Fatima might be having a look at him for a possible goalkeeper when the SSFL starts later on this year.
I'm sure you're looking forward to that as well, Vidya.
We always do, as we do for the cricket. There's 7 balls to go in this game, and Presentation College still 58 runs adrift.
Being a Presentation supporter, Vidya, is there anything?
What was that you said? I'm a Presentation coach. Where did you get that idea from? We're neutrals after all. 19 overs gone, 115 for 7.
Is there any other? Is there any factor that you think Presentation could have added to what they have done tonight? Could have made a difference.
Yeah, I think they came in with a bowling attack, a much more varied bowling attack, and certainly that would have been one of the points that you would feel that they had the advantage in that they had different weapons to use. But in the early stages, the first over went for 10 runs, the third over went for 10, the fifth over went for, not the fifth over, sorry, the sixth over went for 15 runs. So when you give away that many runs so early, the opposition is 59 without loss at the end of 6. These are not battle-hardened veterans of the game. These are young men still early in their career, and I don't think to really erase the scars of that early exchanges, they weren't able to do that, and that's where the game went away from them. That early attack there by Aditya Ramdeen.
Yeah, it was vintage Aditya Ramdeen at that stage. But I also felt that the bowling option.
Nice stop there, by the way, from the bowler.
The bowling option that was on at the moment, bringing that left arm orthodox bowler with the left hander on strike, I thought possibly they could have possibly looked at the option of going with a off spinner rather than the left arm orthodox spinner. Yeah,
at that point, and certainly the drop chances didn't help their cause. Another good delivery here by Siwa. I think the misstumping, sorry Anil, the misstumping of Ramdeen early on. Then there was the drop catch off Davis. Those two proved to be critical in the end.
Well, I thought what put the nail in the coffin for them as well at that stage video was the fact that the left arm spinner was bowling and there was absolutely no protection on the leg side. So it was basically a free hit for Aditya into acreage of space on the leg side.
Nicely stroked. Just one this time. We're in the last over. 3 balls to go here. And it is Fatima College on the verge of a very, very big victory here.
It has been a clinical performance from this Fatima unit. And I must admit, having looked at them tonight, they are a well-oiled unit as well. The coach, Miguel Patti, he has done a tremendous job in putting together this team.
Miguel Patti said before the game that the deciding factor in this game will be nerves, who can handle the pressure, and certainly his team have played the bigger moments a lot better in this one.
Well, I think what they have done also well is that they've been able to keep their cool in difficult situations. They've been able to play those pressure cooker situations, with a lot of calm and poise.
Well, in case you've never seen a required rate in the region of 160, there it is. The required rate, 166.67. It's not often you see that, but that's a measure of how good Fatima have been in this game. It's a sad end here to this competition for Presentation College Chaguanas, who have been well worth their place in the semifinals, but it just has not worked for them. The big moments certainly went against them in this game.
Well, I'm sure they're going to take a lot of positives from this game and for the entire season as well, and one would hope that they will continue, to blossom as a college and continue to provide, continue to groom young, exciting cricketers from the central area as well.
Well, last ball of the match here. Presentation College Chaguanas 117 for 7. And here is the last ball by Zachary Siwa. And cue the celebrations in just a few seconds. And as I was expecting him to do, he pulls out of the delivery as he saw the batsman coming down the track. And disappointment here for Justin Jagisa and his fellow players. And you can see that there are some tears being experienced there. And you can see one or two of the players already feeling the hurt that this defeat has put on their faces.
Yeah, it's a bitter pill to swallow at this stage, Vidya, but one has to accept the fact that...
and there it is. Victory here for Fatima College. They have won this game, and they have won this game by 54 runs. And that is congratulations to Fatima College. They are into the finals. They will face Presentation College San Fernando in the finals. It is blue and gold here today at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and the school that gave birth to one of the most famous careers in the history of cricket in Trinidad and Tobago. They've produced another group of winners here. They have won this semi-final, and they will play in the finals.
Yes, so many congratulations to Fatima College. Really turning up on the day here at Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and they have not done anything wrong this afternoon, Vidya. Everything that they have done has turned into goal, and I must admit it has been a clinical performance from this Fatima unit. And Presentation College, they will have to come with their A game to get the better of this Fatima unit.
Yeah, they certainly will be buoyed. They'll gain a lot of confidence from winning this game here today, and they certainly will be a handful in the finals after this one. Just to recap how things have gone here, Anil, for the benefit of those just joining, Fatima College, they were put into bat by Presentation College Chaguanas. They got 56 from Aditya Ramdeen, 56 not out from Joshua Davis, and from Zachary Siwa, 44 not out, 172 for 2. And you felt at that point that this game was always going to be difficult for Prez to win.
Yeah, that total indeed was a formidable total by any stretch of the imagination, but it was set up by proper planning, it was set up by proper execution, and you got to really give kudos to skipper Joshua Davis and Zachary Siwa ensuring that the Presentation outfit didn't get back into the game by chipping away the wickets. They kept themselves ticking the score over, and at the end they were able to post a total that was formidable from the inception. So excellent batting from the Fatima batting unit, and many congratulations to them as well.
So when Presentation College went out there, sedate start for them. They got to 46 without loss. Zachary Siwa came into bowl, and in the 8th over he picked up 2 wickets. Justin Jagisa went, and then also got the wicket of Khan in that over, and that was where the decline really started.
Yes, indeed, Zachary Siwa, as we've grown to accustomed to, he is an impact player. We've seen that last year, we're seeing evidence again of that this year, and many congratulations to that young man. He's also vying to be part of that national under-19 team, which will be traveling to the Windward Islands to play in the regional 3-day competition. So a lot to expect from these guys, and I'm sure they're gonna just keep prospering in their careers as they go deeper and deeper and deeper.
So Siwa getting 2 wickets there, almost had a third later on, and it was his 44 and his 2 wickets that really turned this match. Also, if you are the person who's adjudicating for player of the match today, it's going to be a very difficult choice. Aditya Ramdeen 56 early on, Davis 56 also picked up a wicket, Siwa 44 not out, picked up 2 wickets. Your choice, well, I've already said that my choice, I think I would have given it to Ramdeen because of what he did early and really put the hurt on Presentation and really choked the belief out of them. Your opinion is different.
I must admit that I will have to, second your choice of man of the match being Aditya Ramdeen. He really did take the wind off these presentation bowlers and the fielders as well. And with that platform that he was able to lay for Fatima College, that really was the cornerstone of Fatima College being able to get to that 165 for 2. So to me, I am in agreement that Aditya Ramdeen deserves to be the man of the match.
Well, that's where we have to leave you now. So it's Fatima College getting through to the finals. They will face Presentation College San Fernando in the finals next week. We hope you certainly will join us here on Cricket 360 for that. On behalf of Anil Lakan, Vinod Mamchan, and the rest of the crew, including Jason Prasad and Michael Rupwa, thank you very much for joining us here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. I'm Vidya Ramphal, leaving you with the news that Fatima College have defeated Presentation College Chaguanas, and they are into the finals against Presentation College San Fernando. Have a good night. Join us next week for that.